Suzanne?
Thank you, Mayor Levy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harvey. Here. Carlson. Here. Matthews. Mella. Here. Sawyer. Here. Schaefer. Here. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. If you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, welcome everybody this evening. We're on agenda item 4. We have no ceremonies this evening, and I don't believe we have any additions or deletions to the agenda, so we move on to the consent calendar. And Suzanne.
Thank you, Mayor Levy. This evening on the consent calendar, we have the following items. We have the minutes of the January 7th council meeting. We have Resolution 800, approving the form of the election for the April 5th municipal election. We have an IGA between the City of Woodland Park and Teller County as to the AccuVote equipment that we will use for that election. And we have the November Statement of Expenditures, and we also have an MOU from the Department of Local Affairs between the City of Woodland Park State Street Program.
Great, thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Okay, if not, we'll move for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Suzanne?
Carlson?
Yes.
Harvey? Yes. Levy?
Yes.
Matthews? Yes. Mella?
Yes.
Slayer? Yes. Schaefer?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Suzanne. No unfinished business tonight. We'll move on to agenda item number 8, ordinances on initial posting, and we're going to consider ordinance number 1274. And Mr. Budrick?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, this evening, council, before you is ordinance number 1274, initial posting, which would ask to submit to the electorate of the City of Woodland Park at the April 5th, 2016 election a question seeking authority to impose an additional 1.09% sales tax for educational purposes, fixing the ballot title in question, and setting forth other details on this issue. We'd ask that you accept this ordinance on initial posting and set the public hearing for February 4th, 2016. What questions can I answer at this point?
No questions? Okay, if not, we just need a motion to consider ordinance number 1274 on initial posting.
So moved.
Second. No other discussion, Suzanne?
Thank you. Harvey? Yes. Levy?
Yes.
Matthews? Yes. Mella?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Schaefer?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you, Suzanne. Okay, we'll move on to item number 9 and any public hearings. Before I start this evening, I'll read the following announcement. Council members use electronic devices to access the materials relevant to the public hearing before us. Be assured that it is the common practice of the City Council that these devices are not being used for texting, emailing, or other communications during the public hearings. That said, we'll move on to number 9A and Suzanne.
Thank you, Mayor Levy. This evening on the public hearing, we have a distillery pub license. And this is for the Pickaxe Distillery, doing business as Pickaxe Distillery. Their address is 1075 East US Highway 24. And if you need a landmark, it's the old Wild Wings and the building next door to that. The applicant has a current sales tax license and an FEIN number. The applicant's eligible to apply for this liquor license. The location's eligible to be licensed. The manager and owner is Julie King, and I believe she's here with us this evening, so we'll have her come up and we'll have her answer some questions for you. You can go to the podium. And then the application was submitted on December 22nd. The property was posted on January 11th. The public notice was published in the paper on the January 13th. issues with character, and there's no reason that this cannot go through. All applicable fees have been paid, and the staff would recommend that you approve this distillery license tonight.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Suzanne. Ms. King, welcome. Before you make your comments, if you'll just give us your name and address, and we'll let you go from there.
The address of the business or my personal?
Your local home address.
Oh, okay. Well, I actually have an apartment in Colorado Springs, but I also have home up here that I stay at as well. So my name is Julie King. My address is 12850 Rampart Range Road, Woodland Park, Colorado 80863.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions for Mrs. King?
When you say a distillery, what are you referring to?
It's the making of spirits such as whiskey, vodka, rum, anything that's considered a hard liquor.
This isn't a bar, it's more of a...
No, it's the second of its kind in Colorado. It's a distillery pub. So in one section of the location, we're going to have the distillery equipment, quite like a brew pub, where the guests can watch what's going on in the making of the spirits. And then in the other half is going to be a restaurant.
Okay, so it's similar to a Brewers.
Yeah, like a very close to a brew pub.
Okay.
So my assumption is there's no more chicken.
We'll try and put some wings as appetizers for you.
Thanks.
John, when would you expect to open?
Our building plans are hopefully going to come through in this week or next, and then construction might take up to 6 weeks. So we're targeting April or May.
Have you been in business prior to this location?
No, this is our first venture into this, so we are kind of on the learning curve. I do have a background in other businesses. I've owned a bar. I've also been a restaurant manager, so I have some background to it, but I've never jumped into a distillery pub, so it's going to be an exciting adventure.
Well, great. Well, there's some great resources in the community, the chamber, not to mention others that would be willing to help you in any way they can. So best of luck to you if we get this passed. And
Thank you.
Another question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor. Are you a sole owner or do you have partners?
I am a sole owner. I'm thinking about selling 20% to one of my teammates, a close friend that's been really instrumental in helping me put this together. But as of now, I'm the sole and principal owner.
anybody else? Great. Thank you very much for your time, Julie.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay, council, if there's no more questions, I'll entertain a motion. I'm sorry. Anybody from the audience like to speak relative to this liquor license? There's always one, isn't there? Okay, that said, we will call for a motion.
I would move approval of the liquor license as presented for the distillery pub.
Second. Thank you. Suzanne?
Levy,
Yes.
Matthews,
Yes.
Mello,
Yes.
Sawyer,
Yes.
Schaefer,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Harvey. Yes. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you, Suzanne. Once again, congratulations, Ms. King, and best of luck to you. Okay, we will move on then in public hearings to approving ordinance number 1263, and Aaron Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Levy and Council. What I will do is I will direct your attention to the staff report in your packet, and I will also direct your attention to the red line version of the intergovernmental agreement component of the contract to buy and sell real estate, which is the subject of it. That red that time, I have had discussions with the attorney for the school district, and so the result of that discussion elicited resulted in the further redlining that you see before you in the agreement that is on the dais in front of you tonight. In addition, the further changes made to this agreement were to fill in the blanks that were contained in the council packet that was sent out last Friday. So with what I would like to do for council is I'd like to walk through the changes since the first night of public hearing that was held on December 17th. And I also would point out for the record that this proceeding before you tonight is an administrative proceeding to the extent there needs to be any correction about what you are doing is an administrative action tonight. So I will then, as I say, walk you through the changes that were the result of the discussions after the public comment. First, you will see that, and I'm going to take them in the order laid out in the staff report. So one of the first comments was that the 50-year license terms would be reduced. That was council direction. Those have been reduced to 25 years. That shows up in the version that you received in your council packet, but those places are contained in the mention of the 25-year, from 50-year to 25-year, is in both paragraph 1 and paragraph 2. So the licenses granted to the school district change from 50-year licenses to 25-year licenses. That is highlighted for you again in that packet version in paragraph 1C on page 2. In paragraph 2C. Similarly, the license granted to the city in paragraph 3 and 4, the terms of those changed from 50 years to 25 years. The other change that resulted from the public comment was to incorporate a specific provision requiring the development of standard operating procedures. Those will be developed on an annual basis and at least reviewed again on an annual basis. And those would be in the form of an exhibit that will be attached to the contract of this IGA. And those provisions and changes are contained in paragraph 1E
In the original memo.
in the original, both the one on the dais as well as the one that was passed out in the packet. So the reference to standard operating procedures has been added to the agreement, to the IGA. And it's clear that those will be developed annually, and then when developed, they will be contained in an exhibit, which will be part of the agreement. The next provision that was added as a result of the public comment was a dispute resolution provision, which has been added to paragraphs 1G and 2F. And if you look into the council packet version that was passed out with the Friday packet, you will see the detailed additional new paragraphs that were added as 1G and 2F. It was commented that there was not a process for addressing a difference in or a dispute or a contention about how the facility was being operated. And so this has been added. What this allows for is the appointment of an advisory board. There would be 6 people on this advisory board. 3 would be appointed by the district, and 3 would be appointed by council. In the event of any kind of a disagreement, the party who had a position to submit detailing the disagreement would submit that in writing to the advisory board. The advisory board would render a decision in writing. An appeal of that since the packet went out. An addition was made. Well, it was just, excuse me, that resulted in making it clear that the advisory board was appointed by the school district and the council. So that was a result of the discussion with the school district. So that the appeal would be made to the city council. The city council then holds a public hearing and considers, a public meeting, and considers written and oral comment from the district. The city council may take any other comment, which in its discretion it deems relevant, and then meet in accordance with the Colorado Open Meetings Law. Thereafter, the city council, which is the next provision that was added as a result of the public comment was a termination provision that has been added as paragraph 22. And I would like to just direct your attention to what's been passed out to you on the dais, because that provision changed as a result of discussions this week. And so let me take you through that provision. It was pointed out, and I believe rightly so, that this agreement, be it for a term of 25 years, did not contain an exit paragraph. One has been added. There is a termination for no cause provision contained in the agreement in paragraph 22. It's triggered differently depending on who, and operates differently depending on which party desires to terminate. The district may simply terminate this agreement by giving the city notice 120 days prior to the last day of the school year. And in that event, the agreement terminates on the last day of the school year without any further action by the parties. The city's termination provision is different. And the city's termination provision is different because it recognizes that a contribution was made by the school district. And so the point of this, the rest of this paragraph, is to essentially buy out that contribution that the school district made. So as the paragraph states, the city terminates this agreement, again, by giving notice, slightly longer notice, in this case 180 days. And then there is a process by which the city terminates the agreement. It does so by making a payment, and the methodology for calculating that payment is contained in paragraph 22. It's essentially the value of the land as agreed upon by the parties as of January 2016, which is stated as an absolute number in the agreement. And then from that is subtracted the value of the actual services received by the school district. And we point out that that is all, again, laid out in paragraph 22. Finally, additional changes. There was also a request, an issue was raised at the public hearing about addressing the rights of the public. That has been added as a new paragraph 23, reserving the rights of the city, expressly setting forth the rights that the city reserves. And then also, there were some minor changes. A clarification was made in the agreement to make it clear that the PE classes at the Aquatic Center will not be held during the summer sessions, and the standard forms of the city's utility and temporary construction easements have been attached. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I would also say that following any questions, the council does need them to take back up the public comment and continue the public hearing. And it would be staff's recommendation at the completion of that public comment to vote to approve Ordinance 1263 and thereby authorize the mayor to sign the contract to buy and sell, which contains the components that are laid out again in the staff report, and which I went through in very significant detail during the December 17th meeting. Again, what questions may I answer?
Council?
I just want to thank Aaron and Dave. I believe also Neil was involved in this, and the school board and district superintendent for having responded very quickly to these comments from our meeting in December, and then worked out a revised version, which I think answers most of the questions that was raised at the meeting by the board. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob. I'll just tag on to that. I don't know if Art Rollins here tonight. I don't see him in the audience. But I want to publicly thank him for his expertise and his help in crafting the changes that were made. And certainly to everybody that was part of the process. Clearly we've taken your suggestions and we've come up with a new agreement that I think is a little bit more succinct and a little bit better for all parties involved. So certainly those that worked on it, we thank, but we wouldn't have been able to do that without your public comment. So thank you all for that.
If we were to recommend any changes to the IGA tonight, and the council agrees to those changes, what would be the next step? Would we have to go back to the district and ask them if they agree to the changes as well, and then it would have to be reintroduced in a later session?
Council could approve it subject to, with those changes tonight, subject to the school board's agreement. School board doesn't, in their public meeting, approve this, then there is no contract.
So we would have to go back to a district meeting, open board meeting. Aaron, could you also talk about the termination, the addition of the termination paragraph and what circumstances that might occur?
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Harvey. I think the way it's drafted, it would apply to any point at which the parties simply felt that the arrangement wasn't working in a way that was as intended. So there are no limitations on it other than the city is going to have to, if it terminates, is going to have to come up with the cash payment. I mean, it seems to me that, there would be a variety of reasons, but like any paragraph, or like any agreement that where two entities partner, they need to explain, or they need to have a termination provision is very important because absent a termination provision, the dispute will continue and the court will write that termination provision. And in an instance when you have two public entities who are party to an agreement, you want to avoid having to have both of those public entities have to expend legal fees and costs associated with a court determination. So the main purpose of this is to make sure that the parties can terminate in the event that either party decides they need to.
And a follow-up question for that, has this IGA been reviewed by the district in a public meeting?
They reviewed the vast majority of it last night. The minor changes that Aaron mentioned that came forth today came from the discussion with the school district's attorney. They have been, I know the president of the school board, Carol Greenspan, is with us this evening, and the director of business services, Brian Gustafson, saw those changes. We've not heard back that there's a reaction to it. It was all very positive and accepted by the district attorney.
Thank you.
Well, I do need to be clear, the changes that the attorney and I discussed did not include those contained in paragraph 22, the details of the termination provision. The concept of the termination provision were discussed, but this final paragraph was not as a result of necessarily that conversation.
Aaron, could you also then describe the annual standard operating procedures discussion and what that would look like?
Well, that would have two representatives from either party, and that would be conceivably the superintendent representing the school district and the city's recreation director representing the city, working through scheduling, because scheduling is also contained in that paragraph, and standard operating procedures. Those would be as specific as the parties would need them to be. As the council heard at the last public hearing, the first night of public hearing, there are templates for those. Certainly, they are not a one-size-fits-all, and so there is a basis that the superintendent and the city's recreation director could use as a starting point, and it would be incumbent upon them to then work through standard operating procedures and a schedule that fits the needs of the two parties.
Could it possibly include the discussion of maintenance fees or possibly an examination of the license that we would grant to the school district for PE classes? Could at the annual review of the SOP, could those types of items be discussed and possibly eliminated from the license?
As long as the parties are mutually agreeing to do that, then yes.
We currently have a standard operating procedure process with the school district. We share facilities now. That's reviewed on an annual basis, and it outlines who's responsible for what activities for different ball fields, different gymnasiums. So this isn't out of the realm of what we do now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With respect to the advisory board provision, I'm wondering if there should be some sort of an arrangement as a precursor to invoking it merely in the instance of a quote dispute. In this instance, it may be invoked with more frequency than necessary, whereas if you had a provision that addressed a resolution before it got to this level, it would seem to me to make more sense. An irreconcilable dispute, something that might mitigate or ameliorate the problem before it gets to this level of problem.
Yes, sir, absolutely. The intent would be that the aquatic center director and perhaps even the PE teacher would get together to resolve things. And if that doesn't work, then perhaps the park and rec director meeting with the athletic director, then bump up to the advisory board, then to the superintendent and I, then to the council and the school board, and then to the district court. But certainly we don't need to bring in a larger group if it's something that can be resolved
version, 180. Ours is 180 days, theirs is 120. Can you revisit that just with some explication on the history of how we got that and why they're not the same?
The reason they're not the same, and that was my drafting, was that the district will need more time to plan its curriculum for the following year. From the city's standpoint, you just suddenly have a whole lot of extra free time on your schedule. So it seems like the city doesn't need necessarily much notice, but the district, I think, is, to be fair, requires 6 months.
I get the 180 for the district. My concern is that they would ask in this figure here for $297,000 in 120 days.
And that is, that is, thank you. That is what the 120 days was built in for. That was for giving the council, if the school district terminates, they're not entitled to anything. They just leave. If the city wants to terminate, it's going to have to come up with a cash payment.
Let me add to Councilman Mellon's. That value, which we'll get to here with David, is that value minus the usage only.
Right. It's a pro rata value.
Exactly. That word. So, my question is, and maybe the audience would like to know this also, is that the biggest concern of the community was the value of the usage compared to the value of the land. And that was headlined in a paper a couple days ago that if we were at the 50-year contract, we would be based on a value of $57 an hour. The school would be getting usage of $3.9 million. So I always felt that 50 years was way too long. And so we talked about 25 years, so I'm glad to see we went down to 25 years. My questions are, and I know the answer already, but the community doesn't, is how did we get to the value of the land? And then how did we get to the value of the comparable usage to the land?
Sure, I'm happy to answer those questions now. I think the value that's in the agreement is $297,005. The city hired an appraiser, CBRE out of Colorado Springs. The school district also hired an appraiser. I don't recall the company, but I've got their report here. The city's appraiser valued the land at $3.55 a square foot. The school district's appraiser valued it at $3.03 a square foot. Rather than choose one or the other and try to defend that, we took the difference and said that it's $3.29 a square foot. We just met in the middle and said that's reasonable enough for public, semi-public land. The survey tells us that the square footage of the land is 90,275 square feet. And if you multiply the square foot value by the total area, you end up with the 297,005. So that's how we arrived at the value of the land. Again, unbiased appraisers from working for two different entities, and we then split the difference and said that makes sense to us. So any questions about the appraisal process before I go through and discuss how we determine the value of the PE classes? Right. Council will recall, before I begin the discussion on the value of the PE classes, Council will recall that it's always been the intent that the Aquatic Center, regardless of location, would be the home to the Woodland Park High School swim team and therefore the swim team practices. So had it been in Woodland Station or Meadowwood Sports Complex or any other place that's been discussed, that would have been the home to the swim team. And there would have been no reimbursement from the school district to us. When I did the calculations on the value, I strictly did it on the PE classes because that's what was different from what the intent was, regardless of location. Mr. Wanlund had a strategy that spoke of
filled in the 297. That was filled in today. So that was not, if the board met last night, we did not have that.
Was it appropriate to have Carol come up and talk to them?
We can, but when Brian and I met this morning, and he was aware of that number, and then we sent that agreement to both Carol and Brian about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So they've seen it, but the board hasn't seen that number, although perhaps Carol and Brian, you could come to the podium and tell us if you had that theoretical discussion with the board last night, or because, okay.
That needs to be clear for the record.
Can she come to the podium?
Yes.
You got a great poker face. It's well rehearsed. Yes, the board had, sorry, my name and address, Carol Green Street, 31 Loafers Lane, Woodland Park. The board had a discussion last night about the termination clause without the numbers plugged in, but the explanation was given to us about how the numbers would be clarified today between David and Brian. And so we were in agreement with the theory and the expectations behind the numbers.
So is this a proxy endorsement by the board, or is this just you speaking? So just so I understand.
We will have to vote on a contract when we get a contract from the city.
Thank you.
Aaron, when I go back to the termination, 322, this is new, I believe. This wasn't in our draft prior. It talks about every so many years we evaluate the charge, the rental rates.
No, excuse me, could you speak into the microphone, please? Okay, thank you.
Do I have to repeat all this? Section 322, this is new. We didn't have this in our prior. This is new tonight. Would it be better to reevaluate the rental rates every 5 years and based on inflation? Because I'm looking at quite a big jump between 21 and 40, 2021 and 2040. I'm pretty sure a lot of things are going to change.
Yeah, Councilman Sawyer, let me answer your question and take you back a step. There isn't a agreed upon rental rate.
Yeah. Okay.
It's going to be the actual rental every year.
Okay.
So the actual rental rate will be developed by reference to these other 3 school districts. District 11, District 12, and Academy District 20. So as of July 1st of every year, between year 1 through year 2040, a value will be developed from actual, based on actual rental rates. Now, the agreement does lock in the rental, the lane rental value for year 2016 through 2020. That's $6.17. So that rental value is locked in. But then what is anticipated is that if in year 10 the city wants to terminate this agreement, it has to go back and calculate. There will have been kept records of all the actual PE class use time. It's not an assumption, it's the actual class time that the district used, and there will be a corresponding value for lane rental every year, because every year that is going to have to be calculated by virtue of this paragraph 22. So that's going to be an administrative other 3 districts are going to have to be surveyed, and their lane rental value is going to have to be determined, and that will set the lane rental value for that year. So then, when there is a termination, you simply go back and use X times Y to calculate the actual value of the district classes and subtract that from the lane value.
With the
Can we
exception
just say every year then?
with the exception of year 2016 through 2020. It's locked in already in the agreement.
Well, it reads funny. Maybe I missed the lawyer class, but it just reads like it should say every year as of July 1st.
So to be absolutely clear, if they never use the pool for PE classes for the next 25 years, we terminated, we'd owe them $297,000 because there's no use of course, we would probably never do that. But, I mean, it would not be up to our financial advantage to do that. Now, they could terminate at any time when, we wouldn't have to pay the $297,000. So, okay.
John, who is responsible for keeping the records for how many hours the lanes are being used?
The Aquatic Center Director.
All right. Details yet to be worked out.
Correct, sure.
All right.
Just out of curiosity, at this point in time, do we know if the district has qualified PE instructors who could conduct a PE class?
They do. But they haven't even begun the process of offering classes yet for what would be the fall of 2017. It would be in April of 2016. No, April of 2017, as we're finishing construction, that they would then offer those classes for the next fall.
So, Aaron, basically we're shadowing the market in El Paso County. Is that?
Thank you.
Yes.
I think that's correct.
And do you know how they set their rates? I hope they're not looking to us to set the rates. Kind of a symbiotic misappropriation. We don't know how they set the rates.
I do not.
Thank you.
Council, anything else? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, a couple of things I want to make clear before we move forward. We are continuing this public hearing from January 4th. And as we like to do, December 17th, excuse me. We have a number of people that would like to speak on this issue tonight, and everybody is more than welcome. That said, we're going to ask that if you're speaking for the second or third time, that you do not repeat what you've said before. Today we're looking more so for response to the new IGA. However, if you haven't spoken before, you're certainly welcome. That said, I've got a couple of pages of folks that would like to speak, and we'll move forward. First one on my list is Derek Carpenter. Well, excuse me before you start. We'll try to give you new information in the neighborhood of 3 to 5 minutes. So hopefully that's enough. If we hear that you continue to bring new information to us, my tendency is to let you continue. So that's kind of how we'll operate. If I hear that I'm hearing the same thing as was said a number of times before, then we'll take the risk of being cut off. Okay?
Derek Carpenter, 1396 Rampart Range Road. Is that an alphabetical order now? Because I didn't sign up first.
Well, it's the first one on the sheet.
Oh, okay.
I don't know which sheet to go first, but I get you first.
That's fine. My wife and I have lived here for a long time, and we're heavily invested in Woodland Park in the town. We own some rental properties here. We support the pool because we think that it's essential that kids learn to swim, and our families that rent our houses do have those children. We also think that kids will be the essential, the vast majority of the use will be by the children, unless by adults or unless they're accompanying them. And we do think that it's important to learn to swim. We don't not have a solid pool up here for a long time, and there's a lot of adults up here that didn't know how to swim. We think it can improve a person's quality of life as well. And we think they're losers. They lose money regularly, so the budgeting is really, really critical. And they
important that you guys are making and assessing. The school location, it may not have been my first choice, but if the cost is essential in this, then it's a good decision. It's close to the children, it's close to kids. They can have great access to it. And I just wanted to speak to, I've had experience with a lot of city managers over the years, and I think David is the best that we've had in this Woodland Park since I've been around, which is 45 years. His commitment's unquestionable. I think he's helped the city accomplish great things, and is still doing that. And his motivation is the best for Woodland Park. I think he's a quality leader with extensive experience. I think this is exemplified by the quality of the city staff that we have. And I deal with a lot of those guys at every level. And I think it starts at the top. There's been some provocative things in the paper. I think the paper likes provocative stories. But there's been some accusations by some people that I have great respect for as well. And I know that. But I'd just like to say that with all confidence, I think David is honest. He wants what's best for this city. If he says something is true, then I believe it with all my heart. I know it to be that way. And I think some good has come from this discussion, because I think now you have a better idea than you started with. And I think that's solid. I think that will carry you forward. But I just want to let you know that my wife and I trust his and the council's decisions, and we support them. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if this gentleman is here yet, but Mike Boone, is he arrived yet? Yes. My name is Mike Boone, 3361 Springwood Circle, Colorado Springs. I'm an outsider. I was been in contact with Jay, one of your advisor members, for a few months, and I was asked to just speak on pool use and my vision of it. I coach Colorado Springs swim team. It's a large year-round team down in the city. And all the pools that you're talking about tonight, we rent all those pools, so I know firsthand of how it works on the renter side. And we pay anywhere from $45 a night per hour. The Air Force Academy charges $100 an hour for the same space, because they can get away with it. The Olympic Training Center, for twice the amount of pool, charges $100 an hour for 10 lanes, 50 meters. So there's quite a price range, but I will say that the price point you guys have come up with is spot on. From a year-round swimming coach's perspective, this is exciting to see the pool being built and the potential for a year-round team. And my approach when I was asked to be on just being part of the conversation was to help get a year-round team started up here that would feed into the high school and provide kids an opportunity to be on a swimming team. So that's where I come in, and I would encourage. The idea of the pool being on the high school grounds is a great opportunity. I just think that the previous speaker up here talked about it's where the kids are, and that's where you want your pool to be. If that opportunity, it sounds like it's going to happen, but it's how it should be. My wife coaches Cheyenne Mountain High School. She teaches right down the street at an elementary school, and swimming is big at Cheyenne Mountain because they have a pool right there. It's a natural progression from the age group team up to the high school team. So, well done.
So I have a question. In the pools that you use, are any of them community pools that are also used
Ryerson has a beautiful sports complex, which is, I was the first person to open up that a long time ago, and it was funded by the school district, but it's also used by the Y, so it's kind of a shared resource. I don't think there is a situation quite like you guys have. Shannon Mountain, for example, builds and owns the pool. School District 20, 11, they own their pools, and they rent them out. So this is it's a little bit unique, but I certainly think it's workable. Mr. Dillon, thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate you being here. Okay, we'll move on. Jerry Simon.
Jerry Simon, 365 St. Court, Woodland Park. Thanks, Mayor, for being here. Council, thank you. What I want to talk about today is the urgency of what we're doing here. I know there have been a couple of calls for some delay and some hesitation and pause to really look at some things. Time is money, and we are faced with actually rapidly rising construction costs. In a design meeting with the builder and the architect yesterday, we advised them to remove the back deck for the aquatic center. So as we go along, things are falling off the aquatic center. My goal is singular in one respect. I want Woodland Park to have the finest aquatic center that it can possibly have for generations to come. I want it to be something we can all be proud of. And so I applaud the council for taking the actions they have when we had to make the move, negotiating this IGA, working with the school board. Great job. We need to get this done. We're on track right now to begin construction this spring, and I'm very excited about it. Don't want to lose any part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. Okay, next I have Gail Gearing.
Gail Gehrig, 1180 Primary Drew. I would first comment that I thought initially that this land was free. Listening to the arrangement tonight, you realize that the land from the school district essentially is not free. The citizens of Woodland Park do have the option to challenge Ordinance 1263 by referendum. Because of the lack of transparency and communication on the part of the board and the mayor, I think this option should be considered so that the voters and the taxpayers of Woodland Park could decide on the aquatic center location.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gearing. Okay, next I have Corbin Graber.
Corbin Graber, 709 County Road 62, Nevada, Colorado, 804. I'm just simply here to share about the opportunity we all have to be seed planters. When I think about the opportunity that kids have to come and learn to swim, and then be those patrons in the years to come to help pay those bills, I can't think of a better opportunity, number one, to teach swimming, but also then to plant those seeds for the folks who will be using that wonderful facility that we all enjoy. We're sorry that our kids are a little bit grown up, but hopefully they'll still have a chance to enjoy it. But it's just a neat an opportunity to plant seeds for our kids and the next generation. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Graber. Next I have Mike Gallagher.
Mike Galvin, County Road 21, I should say 1237 County Road 21. I guess I appreciate the information that was given. I appreciate you guys looking back at that contract and looking at it again. I do still feel like if for some reason, I doubt anything will change tonight, it'll be voted through, but if not, I'm curious, Mr. Buttery, about the land. My father brought it up at the last council meeting, and the answer wasn't given about the land that sits currently that the city owns behind the property across the street from Walmart. It has a peak view, it's city-owned land, it's flat, it's level, it has access, and I was curious as to why that isn't. And then, I guess I will add this comment. It was made last time I was here, a comment was made that I should work with council members and talk with them, and I'll give Mr. Mello credit for being the only one on council that responded to my request to all of you for information last time. And so I guess I'll just bring that out that I sent multiple emails to you all, and he was the only one that was willing to respond to that. And so I'm really disappointed that I reached out to you all and not one of you, except for the fact that Mr. Mello reached out.
So for the record, I never received an email from you.
Well, I sent it to all your emails, and Mr. Mello, I checked them all, none of them came back. It went to you all, and Mr. Mello was the only one that responded to all of those. So,
I appreciate that, but
yeah, so either all of your servers don't work, but I find that Mr. Mello's been the only one that's really been open to work. So, but I would like to know that answer. Just curious as to that. Thank you.
And I'm happy to answer that, Mike. I think the land you're talking about is Sun Valley Park, the open space in that neighborhood. Again, within the master plans, we do so many things based on the master plan. The intent of that space was to remain open space, and that's what was agreed to with, as my recollection, when the subdivision came into being, there was an open space dedication, and that's Sun Valley Park. It's in a residential area. Is it large enough? Probably so. Is it? I'd really have to look at it again to see about for parking and things like that. Water access is there. Electrical is fairly close. Sewer, I think. Steve, is your building served by sewer? Okay, so that's the closest sewer link is the Colville Banquet building there, which isn't that far, but that neighborhood is certainly served by septic. Again, my thought is that it was intended to be open space. That's what it was dedicated for, and I did not consider it as a viable location for an aquatic center.
Mr. Mayor, if I could make a comment, though, the discussion tonight is really about the ordinance, the related IGA. Other locations are really, that's the point of discussion tonight, are not appropriate.
And that's my fault.
No, it sounds like we don't care, but we do. But the question tonight is the IGA and the ordinance.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think, given the gravity of this, the fact that we're talking about a 25-year contract, I don't see any downside. I only see upside in spending a little bit longer to hear people who have a concern, so that council can listen.
Well,
That's what I feel.
and I appreciate it, and as I preface this conversation with, that is the approach that we will take. So I'll just leave it at that.
I did want to address about emails sent to council members. We're so used to having a lot of them being quasi-judicial. We just, my policy is I respond in council meetings rather than back and forth with people during the week and that sort of thing. It's easier to get all the facts out and deal with it one-on-one, in a council session. In a public hearing. So that's why perhaps I didn't respond to your email. Or there was a number of other emails too I've received, so that's kind of my policy.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on. Steve Roshek.
Good evening. My name is Steve Roshak. I live at 45 Leisure Lane. I also own a business, Coldwell Banker. It's down at 1 Sun Drive. I want to just kind of go back a little bit in history for just a minute. I've not spoken to this issue at this council, and I want to just compliment the council for doing what you're doing. It's not an easy task. We attorney and the city manager. You've all done great as far as I'm concerned, trying to come to the bottom level. But I go back to 1972 when I started a summer rec program. I had to come to the city council. It was in this building. They didn't have quite as nice a podium then. And the council at that point pulled $500 from the cemetery fund. I didn't know the cemetery had a fund. And with the cooperation of the school to use their facilities, we started a summer rec program. That is what has turned into our current Park and Recs department. I ran that program for 6 years. We had youth, we had open gyms for young adults or for youth and adults, softball programs, men's teams, women's teams. At one point we had 16 men's teams, with an average participation of 175 people a day for 6 weeks in the summer, because that was, they had to have time to clean the schools. I also worked for the YMCA in Casper, Wyoming for 4 years, and I basically managed, under the supervision of the secretary, the pool, the gym, the desk facilities, and anything else that he said, go do. I can tell you from experience that if we had one lane for lap swimmers at any time during the day, 90% of the time it would not have had anybody in it. I think it's going to be a little different up here. I do think, just like in January, everybody has New Year's resolutions. They were all especially a toddler pool, plus the lap pool, I just look at that and I go, I know where that's going to be used. All you got to do is go to Breckenridge and see their facility, and it's 90% kids using it, not adults. I really agree with the maintenance issue. And somewhere I read where some of that's already being calculated in fees and usage of fees. And just, that's the way it is. Going back to that 70s period and up to now, I know of at least 2 polls that were taken by the community. And every one of those, by a huge majority, said, we need a pool. Well, now we are 2016, looking at a completion in 2018, if I heard that correct. 17? Bless you. That we're going to have a pool. Our schools have always been a central part of the community. I don't care that it's education, of course, the big part, but you got art, you got theater, you got sports, you got activities that go on there, even within our parks and rec departments, constantly. The most important thing to me is having it in a central location where people can get to it, our visitors, whether it's family or whatever it is. That's the most central location that's in our community. It's not hidden, tucked away anywhere, and I do believe that the use and the fees that will be charged will be there. It seems to me, at least I am, very grateful for what the city, the council, the schools have done to try to put this package together, because it benefits our community. It benefits our schools. This is the heart of who Woodland Park is going to be. And the sooner we move ahead and start construction of the pool, the better it will be. I was concerned when I heard, we're already starting to chop some stuff off of the facility. Oh my. Get it built so we don't have to piecemeal for the next 5, 10, 15 years to get it done. And I agree with the cost. And I encourage you to give input at meetings like this and not be overly concerned with what the press or gossip or whatever it is. Come up and say what you want to say and do it. I believe this is important for us to consider. You know, I've built several homes, and every time I finished, I thought, oh, this is going to be my perfect home. I guarantee you, the day I moved in, the first thing I said was, dang, I wished I would have. And that's going to happen with this pool. I wish we would have. But the reality of it is that we don't build.
That's Uber 2213 Valley View Drive, and
Sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
I guess the last time we met there was at a certain restaurant that we like to patronize.
I'm sorry I don't know how to pronounce your last name correctly.
Auf Deutsch, Warnsmann. In English, Warnsman. I'm Boyd Warnsman, and my wife Judy and I reside at 419 County Road at Maple Street. Now, step back just a bit. My wife's parents, Ralph and Elizabeth Capers, moved into the home on June 3rd, 1970. 46 years ago. That was a retirement site, and as you might expect, their final resting place is the Woodland Park Cemetery. Our principal residence and voting location is Fairview Park, Ohio. It's a Cleveland suburb of 17,000 residents. Residents, did I say? 17,000 residents. I have some experience with swimming pools. I have attended more than 150 swimming and diving meets at 30 different venues in high school natatoriums, community aquatic centers, and university campuses. My comments on 20 years associated with Fairview High School I hope will provide a sense of benefits and opportunities to be offered by the Woodland Park Aquatic Center, located at the high school, for you, your children, and maybe even your grandchildren. The pool at Fairview High School opened in 1961. It was an integral part of the high school. It was the only pool in the community. In 2007, it was replaced when the Gemini Center, which is a community recreation center with aquatic facilities, much like what's planned here in Woodland Park, plus other facilities, gym, exercise room, running track, and meeting spaces, open. Today it has 8,000 members. The Gemini Center was built within 100 yards of Fairview High School. They even constructed a paved, covered walkway from the high school to the community center just to accommodate the PE classes and swim team practices. Every graduate of Fairview High School since 1961 knows how to swim, either learned as a young person at the school pool or perfected in the HBE classes because the pool was at the school. My experience is that swimming is a lifelong activity, providing for competitive team accomplishment, learning in water safety, both in and near water, opportunities for wholesome recreation, and healthy exercises for tiny tots to those of us in our senior years, because the pool was at the school. From 1982 to 1996, on the Fairview High School swimming and diving. All four of our children swam for 4 years. Our three sons excelled in the pool, and youngest child, our daughter Sarah, accomplished something her brothers never did. She helped set a school record in the 200 freestyle relay, and her name was placed on the record book. Sarah was also a member of the Synchronized Swimming Club. Her senior year, she was president and directed the annual show, one of the most popular performances at the school. Another possibility for the use of the pool. Our children earned their pizza money and are started on their college bank accounts as lifeguards and water safety instructors for tiny tots to senior citizens. And of course, their Red Cross certifications were earned at the high school pool. Very important, the swimming and diving team activities were very much a family affair. While mom and dad and grandma and grandpa cheered on the competitors from the stands, the younger siblings were serving as runners, carrying neat results from the officials to the scorers table. The Fairview Parents Swimming Association, which was sanctioned by USA Swimming, sponsored several weekend swim meets each year for 5 to 18-year-olds in Greater Cleveland swim clubs. Every Fairview parent worked at these meets, as did all swimmers and divers, to raise funds to support the team. Finally, these experiences at the Fairview High School pool and now at the Gemini Center Aquatic Facility near the high school, as will the Woodland Park Aquatic Center, provided comprehensive learning and taught sportsmanship, citizenship, responsibility, and dedication to a team, and built self-confidence. I would ask you, please approve ordinance number 1263, and then, Mr. Mayor, on March 15th or shortly thereafter, consummate the contract with the Woodland Park School District, because I look forward to enjoying membership in the Woodland Park Aquatic Center at the high school.
Okay, Ron, I'll probably pronounce this wrong, I'm sorry, Ron Pidgeot? My bad, Pidgeot. Thank you, Mr. Pidgeot.
My name is Ron Pidgeot. I'm 236 Pinecrest Road, Woodland Park, Colorado. I'm the owner of the Pikes Peak Paradise Bed and Breakfast in Woodland Park as well. I get a lot of tourists every year, and one of my big concerns is tourists. And looking at this whole thing, to me, on the outside, I haven't really known this very much. I've just seen it for like the last several months in the paper. It's going back and forth, back and forth. I always assumed it was going to be at Woodland Station. I see the big billboard out there, see it in the newspaper. Thought we were going to get a restaurant, a bar, right in the center of town. And as a mostly Republican town, I can tell you where Trump would put this park center. He would not put it on a side street in the back part by the high school. He would put it in the center of town. This town, I mean, I get a lot of tourists every year. And what's happening, you said something about the master plan. And I'm just wondering where the master plan is. Most of my tourists think that this town is known for gas stations and banks. You do not see a walking city like Manitou Springs, like Breckenridge. We need some destinations what we need. We need something in the center of town to attract tourists. The high school tourists can carpool over to the station. So I think it needs to be voted on with the citizens of Woodland Park. Thank you very much.
Julianne Mills?
My name is Julianne Mills. I live at 2321 Rampart Range Road. I'm not going to start with what I originally was going to. I have some questions when we were going over the contract. You said that the PE
$12,062, yes.
And so then what are the swim teams valued at?
I do have some calculations on that, but what...
I think when I
described to
met with
council-
you, I think
I'll visit those numbers in a second, but one of the
Okay.
things I talked about at the very beginning of this was the fact that regardless of where the aquatic center was going to go, the intent has been that the swim team and swim team practices would be there.
Right.
And so what I suggested to the council was that that's a wash. There's no value associated with that because it was going to be provided regardless of location. The real value...
so that's why they're not paying us for it. If
Mr. Mayor,
it's in a
I'm happy to
different...
answer questions, but I
Okay.
can't do it if I'm interrupted.
All right, sorry.
That's okay. So we agreed, I think, from the council's perspective, that the real value for the land is the PE classes.
I see, okay. So if we did have the pool in another location, then that is the reason why the pool would not reimburse us for their use in the pool, correct? That's,
I think, if I could rephrase your question, if we built a pool some other place other than the high school, and the high school wanted to use it for PE classes, they would rent those lanes, just as any other group would rent the lanes.
but
So
the
here-
swim team would not.
Correct.
Okay. I think the real issue, even with the location, it doesn't matter where the location of the pool is. It's still going to benefit everyone. So, I don't take much value in that. So, because, it's there for a purpose, and it's the same purpose it serves no matter where it is. So, I don't think that it's this huge benefit to have it at the high school, versus somewhere else where we don't have to pay for the land, we don't have to sign a contract with the school district, and we have done this for I don't know how many months, and we have, gone back and forth with this contract. If we had taken a piece of our own land and built the pool on that, we would probably already be, construction would already be going on. And we're at the point now that, we're still dealing with this contract when all of this could have been avoided. It's hard for me to justify why we have to involve a second party. I mean, we have feasible land, and we all know that. And why we're going to all this other stuff and taking all this time and negotiations and everything when we could have been void of all of that and been under construction already. And we wouldn't have to pay for the land either. And as far as there have been statements made, and at the November 19th council meeting, Jerry Simon from the WAP said that every day we don't start construction, it's costing us $2,500 a day. In a recent conversation this last week, all of a sudden that number is up to $5,000 a day. And with a 10 to 12% increase for the year. Okay, well, by my calculations, that's a 100% increase in 2 months. So, how can construction go up 100% in 2 months? We have no facts or data from the WAP to support these figures. I mean, where are these figures coming from? And statements like these, I believe, are employed to intimidate the community into believing that delaying this project any longer will only cause huge increase in overall costs. And I don't believe that for a minute we couldn't possibly be losing that kind of money on a daily basis because we're collecting tax revenue every day. Enough tax revenue actually to support 400,000 of the $500,000 we're going to spend to run this pool annually. So, we need to, stop and take a deep breath and re-examine this project and its location. The only vote I feel that should be taken tonight is a vote to put the location of the pool on the April ballot. I mean, that's the only... So, I believe tonight is an opportunity for this council to reconsider and right their wrongs because of the process that has gone on. We have several locations for the aquatic center. We don't need the school district land, and we don't need their contract. We can achieve everything we want to achieve no matter where we put this pool. It will be for the kids. It will be for the community. And it'll be in a much larger space, for sure. I, along with many others who have waited a long time, 40 years, for this pool, but I can't sit back and let our pool be taken from us without speaking out. There's been too many mistruths and inappropriate actions that, are going to be hard to overcome. And now we're talking about a referendum, however you say that. In 30 days, if you guys vote on this tonight and we come up with that, then that's going to cause more chaos, more time, more everything. And we wouldn't be sitting here if we had not involved the school district and picked that location. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, since you brought up some of my statements, can I address these?
Not now. Cord Prettyman. Cord Prettyman, 1231 Shore West Drive, Woodland Park, Colorado. That's a tough act to follow. I'm a process guy, so I'm going to ask you to bear with me, and I think that if you can hang in there, I have some suggestions that'll be moved for council this evening. So, as I'm sure most of you are aware, I'm deeply disturbed by the lack of a transparent process in the selection of an alternative site for the community's aquatic center. Let me make this perfectly clear, I am not a location guy. I have no problem with the high school location or any other location. I do, however, have a problem with the lack of transparent process and opportunity for public input that has occurred since September of 2015. I have one agenda tonight, and that is that the aquatic center itself survives the process of selecting its location with a positive, supportive relationship with all the citizens of Woodland Park. Tonight, that relationship is in great danger. With the exception of John Schaefer, I know each one of you personally through working on the aquatic project, doing business with you as a client or as a long-term friend. I appreciate the time and talent you have given to our city, and I do not mean to intentionally disrespect you with my remarks tonight.
Having said that, from where I sit, the selection process for the biggest capital expenditure in Woodland Park history, $10.1 million, has been a public relations nightmare. Let me start here. In October of 2014, I was asked by Jerry Simon, the current president of WAP, to help with a marketing plan for ballot issue 2A, which I agreed to do. I immediately received pushback from members in the community about the DDA site, the Woodland Station site. I had an email exchanges, several of them, with David Buttery assuring me that the final location for the pool was up for discussion. That turned out to be disingenuous. I did not know at that time that the Blue Book for the November election listed Woodland Station as a location for the community pool. Based on my email exchange, however, I and the Woodland Aquatic Project went out into the public and told them that location was open for discussion and there would be workshops. After the ballot issue was voted in by 70% of the population, on Tuesday, November 18th of 2014, I had a 60-minute meeting with David and Mayor Levy in an effort to convince them that because we had gone out into the public campaign, I was unsuccessful in that attempt, and had they listened to me then, we would not have the community uproar that we have today about the high school location and the process of selection of location. That following Thursday, November 20th, 2014, City Council held a meeting with a public knowledge that I tried to access these tapes to record request to City Clerk Suzanne McClure. The city, rather than simply telling me that the tapes had been erased, lawyered up. course, forced me also to lawyer up. The missing executive session tapes are now a much bigger problem for city council and city staff because you have no way to clear your name. And the public will never know if the law was done. The approval for David Butter to begin negotiations with the school district was to become a de facto vote for changing the location of this aquatic center. That decision was made on September 3rd. The public wasn't given the opportunity to weigh in on that location until December 17th, and that's only because they showed up for a discussion of the IGA like they have tonight. That meeting was not called for public input on the location. Next on the controversy list for the board was the recused issue of two councilmen who hold coaching positions with the high school and the potential for a conflict of interest. When this issue came up, once again the city lawyered up yet another public relations. IGA, council wisely postponed the decision on the IGA. The process of selecting public support for the aquatic center. Community pools are fragile projects. No standalone pools operate in the black. This pool is projected to operate some $98,000 in the red, but that is only an estimate. There could be much more red ink. Given the current dissatisfaction of our community, either with the process or the final location, I fear that if and when the need arises for financial support for the pool, it won't be there. I fear that when the WAP starts a fundraising drive, it will come up empty. I fear that when they need volunteers, there will be few. I fear that when the city might have to go back to the electorate for the approval to borrow more money to support the pool, or approve a mill levy or a tax increase, the answer will be no. I fear that the pool won't be open when the IGA expires in 25 years, and that would be a tragedy. So how do we heal this divide? As I'm sure you know, I've called for the issue to be put on the the April 5th ballot, and let the voters decide. It is my opinion that this would be the best way to bring our community back together over location. If council chooses to go this route, I have a plan on how to filter the possible locations down to 3, and then let those who are in favor of a certain location go out and campaign. It's my belief that the biggest problem the Aquatic Center faces tonight is not its proposed location, but rather that the citizens of Woodland Park feel they have been ignored by this council. If that's not going to happen here tonight, and I'm a realist, I don't believe that it will, but if that's not going to happen here tonight, I suggest that in the interest of bringing our community back together, you postpone your vote in the IGA tonight and hold a community open forum at the Cultural Center either Thursday or Friday of next week. At that open mic forum, both before, during, and after, the citizens of Woodland Park, these people, can interact with council and the members of the WAP on a level playing field, not this setting that is not conducive. This setting is only conducive to making decisions and not an open and honest give-and-take dialogue. This is what I called for in my meeting with Mayor Levy and David Buttery over a year ago. And If we had held that community forum then, we would not be having this contentious discussion tonight. Here's the council's chance to clear the air. Here's council's opportunity to reconnect with your electorate, the people you have chosen to serve. Here's your chance to do the right thing. Either put this issue, the location, on the April 5th ballot, or at bare minimum, let's have our collective open forum next week. You can still vote on this issue in the first meeting in February, and this will give us a chance to heal the divide and bring everybody together for our aquatic center. If council decides to act on either of my suggestions, I'd be happy to help with the organization and marketing of that event. The last thing I would like to leave you to think with is that, is this the environment, is this the contentious environment that you want to make this decision in? $10 million worth of taxpayer money for an amenity that we have waited decades for. Thank you for your time and attention, and thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you, Gordon. Gordon, thank you very much. Move on to Jackson Peters.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jackson Peters. I'm the 4-5 North Coraline Street in Woodland Park. I've lived in this community for about 40 years. I suspect that, having read the newspaper this week, that all of you are feeling a little heat. I would be if I were in your situation. Not only do we have a front-page article written by the editor of the newspaper where we had 2 guest columnists who wrote articles. When I saw those 2 guest columnists, I said to myself, well, this must be a situation where we're going to hear both sides from the columnists. Get point and counterpoint. And reading those articles, that is not what we found. We found we had 2 guest columnists that were also criticizing the city. So I suspect that you are feeling a little heat here. I greatly respect the right of those guest columnists and the editor of the newspaper to express their opinions. I also respect their right to be completely wrong about these things. I'm very happy that I don't see things through the same lens as the gentleman that was just up here. I would like to take a minute to address a recurring issue, and that is the issue of the process that was involved here. I think if you look back at the public agendas, the agendas of this council that were published, they were not private, they were published. People had an opportunity to see them, an opportunity to show up, an opportunity for public comment. The last council meeting that I was at, the public was speaking for hours and hours. I left before everything was over. I was so tired. There's also opportunity to be heard tonight. To say that there's not a process, that there's not public input, and that opportunity is just not correct. And out of that comes this idea that suddenly we should have this terrible problem corrected, which isn't a problem at all, but have this corrected by having a referendum allowing everyone in Woodland Park to vote on the location of the pool. That idea expresses a misapprehension, a misunderstanding of what representative government is about. In representative government, we get to vote, we get to elect our representatives, but we delegate the authority to our representatives to make these types of decisions. Many of the decisions that you all make require study, require reading, require hearing reports, engineering, and that sort of thing. And the average citizen just doesn't have the ability to show up and spend that time to make those decisions. That's why we elect representatives to do those things for us. And we elected you. In fact, there are 2 important votes that have been had here. 2 important elections. One was the city's desire to have a pool. We voted for a pool. The second important vote was we elected you. We didn't elect the columnists who were writing in the newspaper. I appreciate their right to say what they want, but we elected you to represent us, and I want you to represent us tonight to make a decision. This is not governance by who has the loudest voice. It's not governance by who has the shrillest message. It's not governance by the uninformed. It's governance by the informed representatives that we hired, we elected democratically to come here and represent us, and we want you to do that. Years ago, when I was a young man leaving for college, leaving the home that I was raised in for the first time, as I was nervously getting ready to leave, my father grabbed me by the arm and looked me in the eye, and he quoted Shakespeare to me. My father was quite a guy. As I'm leaving home, he's quoting Shakespeare to me. He said, my son, above all, I'm trying to remember the Shakespearean quote, above all to thine own self be true, as will follow as the night the day, thou canst not be false to any man. What I would urge you today is to be true to yourselves, to be true to the oath of office that you took, be true to your values and your faith, and to make a decision here, and make the best, most honest decision you can as representatives, as our representatives, for the people of Woodland Park. If you do that honestly and fairly, then you will be false to no man. You will not be false to the people that elected you and sent you here to make these decisions. If we have a referendum, what we're going to have is all of the citizens expressing their preference as to where the pool should be. But they won't understand the consequences of those decisions. They won't understand the relative costs because they won't have the opportunity to study these issues as you do. Having that done is really a fool's errand because we have representative government. And there's a reason for that because you're better prepared and better able to make those decisions. So I ask you today, make those decisions and build us a pool. And God bless you in reaching that decision. I appreciate that in this difficult time with all the criticism that's going on, I appreciate your willingness to serve the public here. I also appreciate our city manager, who I think is an honorable man, who's trying very hard to build the best facility possible for our citizens. So let's build it. Thank you.
I'm sorry? Well, thanks for your patience. If that's the case, then we'll move on to Nancy Leckie. I'll give you a minute if you'd like to, sure.
Nancy Leckie, 1005 Skyline Court, and the gentleman who just spoke, he just agree with everything that he has said, amazing, and I just really, there's nothing new for me to say, so I just want to let you know that I support the agreement and hope that it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I have Rock Pierce. Good evening. Council, thank you for the opportunity to address this group about this topic. And let me start off by saying that a lot of what I was going to say was... Point of order, name and address, please. Sorry. I'm sorry, I apologize. My first name is Locke, L-O-C-K-E. My last name is Pierce, P-I-E-R-C-E. I reside at 1377 Rampart Road. You know, a lot of what I was going to say was covered well by Jackson Peter. A little background though. First of all, I want to give you my thanks and appreciation for what you do as elected officials. I know how hard it is, I know how difficult it is, and I know what you have to do to take all the information available and come out with a reasoned, balanced decision that's in the best interest of this community. And we all view life through the lenses of our own experience. And my own experience concerning Woodland Park began in 1981 when we moved here as a family. We came here with the goal to have a quality of life as the purpose of coming to this community. And the quality of life that was not able to be achieved elsewhere. And I can tell you we raised 3 children here. They all went to the Woodland Park High School, middle school, elementary schools. They all graduated from here. We all have families and live close by. One of the goals, though, as we raised those kids was to have a swimming pool. And we always wanted that, as many people have commented earlier, and looked for a long time for that opportunity to have that asset in this community. So now we have grandchildren. We have a number of them. Some of them still live in this community. And I hope that we can reach a point where we do achieve that goal. My experience over the years has been the business world. I worked in a lot of different places, a lot of different jobs, and had the opportunity to serve on a number of boards. One of those boards was the Board of Education here in Arlington School District many years ago. And I bring that up because I think the experience there somewhat reflects what you're dealing with now in a couple of different areas. One of those areas is the choice of a location. And when I was on the school board, had the privilege to represent this community. We also had the privilege to work together with this community to build 2 schools in this community. The middle school and the elementary school in Divide. And through that process, there was that selection, the location decision that had to be made. And that decision wasn't easy at that time. And that decision had a lot of public input and a lot of specific interest that people wanted those schools in different locations. And as you know, and as you've heard, and as you can tell, those passions can run deep. In the end, that decision had to come to the school board. They had to make that decision. As you have to make that decision now when you approve or don't approve this ordinance. I would encourage you to look back on that decision that was made many years ago and look at the schools that were built and the impact that it's had positively on this community and say, you know what, those were good decisions that were made and this community and these schools and these children benefited from that. The other one was a history of relationship between the city and the school district. There's a lot of different comments that have been made about the closeness of that working relationship. And that has existed for a long time. And not exactly on point, but during that same time period, there was a point where there was an exchange of land between the city and the school district. And the exchange of land was some properties that were involved that both parties, the city and the school district, wanted each other's properties. But the question came up with equity. What was fair? What was the value? What was right and what was wrong? Well, we went through the similar process that you're doing now and saying, where is that balance and where should we draw the line and say it's fair? Well, that decision was made, and the cultural center used to be the school. It's now the cultural center came out of that, and the maintenance barn that's part of the school district is now serving that capacity well for the school district. So I would circle back around and echo what Jackson said. He said that we have a representative form of government. I support the decision to have a pool in this community because I think it enhances the community that we live in. For us, for all the members of the community, for those who visit here, and critically important, that you've heard many times already, for the children, the next generation coming up. We have an obligation to them to prepare them well for life. So I support that project. I also support your decision to approve the location. And I support the ordinances before you today. And I would encourage you, as you listen to the opinions and the input from everybody, that you make that tough decision and you say, yes, we're going to go forward. I noticed that the camera that was here didn't get to hear Jackson, and he got the speaker before that, who I don't know, and my time in this community has been long, but it's been many different places in my career, moving different locations. But I came back here. But hopefully you'll hear that message from Jackson that says we've got to move forward. And my last comment goes to the integrity of the staff of the city of Woodland Park. I had the privilege a couple of years ago to work with a number of them, and I know a number of them now because of that opportunity. And that was with the USA Pro Challenge. We had a race here in town that you all know about, you all voted on, you all, I'm sure, participated in. It was a great success. But from a personal experience, I got to be in this building just about every week for about 8 months, I think, and got to know the city staff very well. And as a leader, as a manager over time, you get to know the quality of people. And I can tell you that I am impressed with the quality of the people that work in this city on our behalf to make this a quality community to live in. So I thank you all as members of this Woodland Park City staff and commend you for taking the heat
and commend you for staying true to your values, and commend you for working hard to do what's right for this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Okay, my next guest speaker is Steve Jerusalem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Steve Jerusalem. I live at 610 Sun Valley Drive in Woodland Park. By that way, I happen to live right above Sun Valley Park. Contrary to what the gentleman said earlier, it is not level. I run up from Colville Banker Building to the top of Kings Canal Road. It's a 600-foot elevation thing. I do it regularly. It ain't level. It's steep. But in any event, it is open. I have to apologize. I had trouble having the back of my 24 hours, so I've had a little trouble trying to get current on everything that's been going on. I will say, and I am a member of the Woodland Product Project, but it is a full disclosure, I do support the IGA as amended. I commend our counsel, Ellen Smith, for an excellent summary of those changes, because I personally did not have a chance in the last 24 hours to go over every paragraph. So your summary, Ellen, was very good. Thank you very much. I support the IGA, and I support the location of the pool at the high school. Having said that, I'll just repeat one comment that I made at the December 17th meeting, and that is that there is no ideal location for this pool anywhere in the city. For every location, there will be pros and cons. Some of them compelling, I admit that. Is the high school the ideal location? No, it is not. But it isn't a bad one. You may recall we first started talking about a location in Memorial Park, which I would have loved, but there were objections to that. We then shifted to Woodland Station. I would have loved it there. I'm on the Main Street Board of Directors, and we had all kinds of major plans for the development of Woodland Station, and the pool would have been one of those anchors. And it's a shame that it won't be there, but there are compelling reasons why there won't be. And David Buttery has addressed every one of them. So bottom line is there is no ideal location. The only question that we're being asked to address, you are being asked to address today, is what is a reasonable location for the pool? I might even go so far as to say is what's the best available location for the pool under the facts as we now know them. In my opinion, that location is at the high school. Now, having said that, I have to admit that I think Councilman Phil Miller definitely had his hand on the pulse of many members of the public on December 17th. And Phil, I didn't realize how profound your observation was at that time. I do now, having read many letters to the editor of articles, having heard people at the December 17th meeting and tonight. And I agree, in retrospect, that from the public's perception, or many members of the public, by no means all, but many, there was an element of a lack of transparency in that September-October time frame. However, on December 6th, I think it was, David Buttery, as I said at the last session, issued a very point-by-point commentary and observation of the pros and cons of the various locations. If you haven't read his article, you really need to, because it addresses some of the issues that have been raised here. And on the issue of lack of transparency, I agree. Last fall, in retrospect, as Court has said, there was an element of what appeared to be, I don't know, for lack of a better expression, a conspiracy amongst certain people to move the pool to the high school. But that has been dismissed by David's arguments and other discussions that you've heard. I think the lack of transparency argument, Court, is historical. It's over.
December 17th, I sat through the whole meeting, just like everyone on these days, 4 hours and 20 minutes. It was a long meeting, it tested my bladder. There were 23 speakers, and if my memory's correct, 23 speakers. Tonight we have, I'm not sure how many, 20 speakers, give or take, something like that. We are all allowed to air our opinions, and we are doing that. And I commend every one of us for doing that. That does not mean that every one of our council members has to necessarily agree with any of us, or all of us. As Judge Peters said, this is a representative democracy. It's not a democracy like they had in ancient Greece, where every citizen was his own legislator. Yes. Yeah. I think we've advanced slightly since then over the years. Everyone has had their chance to address the council with their opinion at those two meetings. Now, the rebuttal to that is, well, yeah, but David Buttery poisoned the well, because he was speaking to the council members way back in late August and September, and that's all they're hearing. Well, come on, ladies and gentlemen. I have two comments to that possible thought process. One, if I were a council member, and I don't have the guts to be one because it's too darn demanding, but if I were a council member and I had a city manager like that gentleman sitting there, I'd listen to him too. He is smart, he is capable, he is dedicated to the welfare of this community, and he's done his homework. He may not be right 110% of the time, but by golly, I would certainly listen to him. And number two, the reason why that is that earlier thought is a fallacious conclusion is that assumes that these 7 council members don't have brains, that they're just going to listen to what David said and understand everything he says. We have very bright people on this council. We are very fortunate in this community to have, as we said before, not only a highly competent city staff, but highly capable and dedicated members of our council. They will make their own decision, and they will give David Buttery's comments due consideration, our comments due consideration. I'm sure they've read the newspapers. They will make their own calls. So I believe that the lack of transparency argument, which is process-oriented, is gone. It was valid a few months ago. It isn't valid anymore, in my personal opinion. And in court, I regret that I found myself on the other side of the podium from you on this issue, because there are few people in our community that have invested more time and energy and fervor and his own money to making this pool happen than Court put him in. I have huge respect and admiration for him, but I think his emphasis on process at this stage, at this point, on January 21st, is misplaced. I think we have to stop elevating process over substance. I think we have to stop talking about the process and start talking about the project. We have to build a pool, and every month that we wait, the estimate is that the construction costs do in fact go up at a projected 0.8% every month. So every month that goes by that we don't have a bulldozer on the site, this project is costing more money. And the consequence of that is that we may have to sacrifice the therapy pool, which would be a shame because so many of us could use it, or the second diving board, or the scoreboard for the potential aquatic swim teams. Every month that goes by that we are not getting construction on the site approved, we are potentially losing amenities, and that will hurt us. That will not enable us to build a pool that we only need in one. So my bottom line is, after tonight's debate, where all the comments have been heard, let's conclude the debate. Let's conclude the controversy. Let's come back together as a community to make this happen. I think, as I said, we need to emphasize talking about the project and making it happen. And I will accept the council's decision tonight, whichever way it goes. Let's all come together as a community to build this community pool and make it happen this spring. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next on, Amanda Howell.
the Sunrise Court. And just to introduce myself a little, I did grow up here. We moved here when I was in 8th grade. I graduated from Woodland Park High School in 2002. I swam on the swim team. I drove down almost every day and drove home with frozen hair because I drove in what is now a 4-year-old Jeep. So I do know the hardship of not having a swimming pool up here. I was also a high school swimming coach in Herman's Ranch. I nannied kids here in this community that I had to drive to the springs in order to take them to their swim lessons, in order to have something for them to do in the winter that was indoors. So from that point of view, I'm absolutely excited for the possibility of this pool also. I'm a mother of 3 really little kids. My oldest is 4, so that shows you how close they are together. And so I'm just really excited about this pool coming. And I can tell you, we've said that 90% of the usage will be by these kids. My 2-year-old, who pretends she's a mermaid, will not care where this pool is. Also, my 4-year-old, who thinks swimming is in the bathtub, doesn't care who's going to use it before, at the same time as, or after she is in the amazing toddler play pool. She does not care. She wants a pool. She's going to be excited when she's using it. Also, for adult use, I'm a triathlete. And I can't do that up here because, there's no pool. Swimming is one of those 3 aspects of the triathlon. So there will be more adult usage than I think we think. We think about the kids, and I think we think about the therapies, but we don't think about the mom who wants to get in a really good workout. And you can't hear anything but water swishing in her ears. No kids. No husbands, sorry. Just water. But to assure the council members and everybody else that's here, I'm not just a stay-at-home mom. I'm not just coming from the point of view of a mom. I'm also a discerning, educated, and interested citizen. And I've seen firsthand how the sensationalism, the lack of transparency, and distrust of our leadership here can get out of hand. Sorry to bring in Facebook. It's an aspect of our daily lives these days, but I've seen how one person bringing in a sensationalized fact, as I like to call it, half-truth, has exploded to more than 25 people getting on this bandwagon of distrust. And so when I hear about the possibility of our citizens voting on this location or any other aspect of the pool, really, that worries me. Because people are willing to trust untruths, half-truths, and things that are more attractive than what we have written in this. So for me, I would rather trust the people who have the education, the people who have spent the time, the people who have our best interests at heart. It's not about preferences or emotions or feelings, it's about facts. That's who I want to trust. I trust you all. I trust the leadership. I trust the guidance. And I'm hopeful that this will get to move on quickly, quicker than an April referendum could bring about. And I look forward to swimming in our pool as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Okay, next I have Lou Ramon.
There are 2 things I'd like to address. First, some comments on the IGA itself, then a question for you, and then a comment about our city manager. First thing on the IGA.
Excuse me, Lou.
I'm sorry, Lou Ramon, I'm at 511 Howell Court, pardon me. On the IGA itself, the earlier speaker addressed the situation of how much on the termination costs would be associated with renting the pool, so to speak. And he talked about the point of view that he had where he was addressing it from pools that were built we would like to locate that facility. It's a big advantage to them. I work for a company, Jacobs Engineering, who built facilities and operated facilities. And we often would build a facility for the government, for NASA, for the Department of Defense, the Army, the Air Force, for petroleum companies. We would build a facility to their specifications. They wanted a facility that could handle a certain amount of traffic. We had to staff the facility to do that. We had to make sure we had the right equipment in the facility for that. And we charged them, obviously, for operating the facility. They owned the facility, we operated it. The charges that we gave them were not based on how much they utilized the facility, but how much they wanted us to be able to have a capability in the facility at any time they needed it. If I look at Section 22, the termination costs, we're figuring out what we would owe the school district if we terminated the use of our facility. God forbid that we find out the facility is too expensive to operate, we have to shut it down for a while, or I can't meet having that facility in operation for a period of time for maintenance, or something like that. We're saying that if you're not using the facility and we have to terminate the agreement, we owe the school district some part of up to $400,000. That's a lien against the city that has to stay on the books. I think a fairer way to do that, and I'd like you to consider, is consider the value of the opportunity that the city of Woodland Park is presenting to the school district. In other words, if you don't lose it, effectively that price is still, that value is still coming out of how much we owe you for the land. Me personally, where I operate a business, I would question any significant termination fee on behalf of the city because of the fact that we're putting the money at risk. You guys are floating the bonds. You're constructing this thing to the tune of $10 million. That's a big asset to the school district. They ought to share a little bit of that risk aside from the property. But that's my opinion. What I'm really suggesting for you guys here, ladies and gentlemen, is that you consider not looking at the value of how much they use it, but how much value you are providing in the facility to them. Kind of turns it around a little bit. I would also suggest you had a discussion here about the issue resolution process. And I agree with you, I think, to go into a lower level of detail than what you stated in the IGA is just clouding the issue. But I would suggest that your approval of the IGA be contingent on having that level of detail called out in the operations manual. We're not amending the IGA, but your approval of it. I recommend that you approve the IGA with consideration for what I've talked about. My understanding on the IGA is it is not a binding agreement in that it only takes effect if and when the aquatic center is built. And I think we need to move out on that. If the city decided that they didn't want to build the aquatic center at this site, the IGA is not on board. I believe that's the case. There is an issue, and this is why I have a question. The only approved location for the pool today is Woodland Station, as I understand it, as I read the minutes of the city council. No secondary site has been approved. In fact, a year or so ago, when you chose Woodland Station, you left open the issue of we'll decide at a later time if we need to where that second location is. We need to get the IG in place. And then I think very, very quickly, the city council has to decide where they want to locate the pool. It has not been decided yet. The IGA doesn't decide it, from what I understand, as I read this. So I would ask you, my question is, when do you plan having the city council decide where the location is? I've got some things to discuss because I went back and did a little homework, looked at some of the earlier studies that were done 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago, on how the sites racked up, and we'd like to present some things for your consideration at that time, but not tonight. So I'm asking when you think that time will be, and I encourage you to make it quick. The last thing was, in terms of David Buttery, I really do appreciate his open door policy. The only fault I have with working with Dave is I think he does an outstanding job for a guy from Texas A&M. And I really appreciate the work that he has done.
Thanks, Lou. You can be seated and we'll answer your question for you. Thank you very much.
With regard to the specific question of when you are selecting a site for the pool, you are, by virtue of adopting 1263, approving a contract for the purchase of a parcel of property from the school district for the aquatic center. I can take any questions.
You may, to clarify, if we approve tonight, then we have,
You need a decision to select to purchase the school site for the aquatic center, to select the school site for the aquatic center. Mayor and council, as you recall, the IGA is one component of a contract to buy and sell. That contract to buy and sell has a form contract in the front, which is a standard Colorado real estate contract, by which you are contracting to purchase a parcel of property from the school district. By approving 1263, we are authorizing the mayor to sign the contract. We are selecting the school site for the aquatic center.
That is certainly my understanding, Mr. Mayor, and that's why the discussion of the IGA to me is so important. If this IGA isn't right, then that makes the future of the aquatic center and its location entirely up for grabs.
we have one last person on my list, and that is John DeVoe.
You need to go now. John DeVoe, 940 East Keller Road, Woodland Park. Council, Ms. Smith, and city staff. I'm sure glad we live in a constitutional republic. I'm sure glad we elected you like Judge Peters talked about, because this is your decision. This isn't us. This is the public hearing you're required to have. Okay? And if we had to have a town hall vote on everything we did, nothing would get done. That's why you're elected. Okay? And you're not all going to agree. I would hope you don't. Because otherwise it's just a rubber stamp of something presented. You need to have discussion between each other. I have watched our newspapers become the National Enquirer. I think they should change the name. Okay? I have seen the Jackpot become the conservative newspaper of the county. And they were going to roll over him. Okay? If you read the articles in the paper, how many of them are from Woodland Park residents? Two of the major ones in the paper this week, they live in Woodland Park. They weren't part of the 70% of the people that voted to put this thing and pay for it without saying where the location was. Okay? But they sure got a lot of comments about how bad this city is. And that's fine, but they didn't get to vote on it. You're never going to agree. city because it's hard for an adult to cross down there. Remember Walmart. Remember when we had 3 sets of television cameras sitting out there? And Phil, were you on it, Phil? I know you can't. Okay. 60 to 75 people made them sound like they were the majority of Woodland Park. And they sure wouldn't. Okay? They tried to get a petition to change, if you recall that, the PUD. And they couldn't get enough votes to put the petition together. And it stayed where it was. And all the things that we heard in all those hearings when the people... I remember having a woman come up there and say if there's fluorescent lights, it makes men sexually more active. Happened. They would be everywhere if that were the case. Just do what you guys got to do. Women's Station and make your decision and get on with it tonight. Thanks. Thank you.
Young lady, why don't you come first?
My name's Delana Waters, I'm a resident of the City of Woodland Park. I just wanted to...
Please.
I'm sorry?
Could you give us your address, please?
I don't think that's relevant.
It is relevant. If you want to speak, you have to give us your address.
Why is that?
Because it's in the charter, it's the law.
Okay, P.O. Box 6808, Woodland Park. See, I don't understand why it is the law. I think it's kind of a...
Young lady, if you'd like to speak, I need your name and your address.
I'm out of 130 Montana Vista.
Thank you very much.
We'll talk about that later. One of the things that I wanted to say is a point that wasn't made. First of all, I agree with Cord wholeheartedly and Drew wholeheartedly. We should have had a discussion here. You fragmented this community. Nobody is attacking you on your performance and what you do. Everybody does think you do a good job. And we don't want this solely for children. We want this for high schoolers. We want this for everyone. We don't want it to be dominated by one particular sect in our community. We want it from babies to seniors. And you're not going to please everybody. But we would have liked to have had that discussion. Because I think you have a lot of really brilliant people in this community who could have given a lot of really great input to give it the best we can for the masses, for the most people we can. And that's all of us really want. And I think the location has a lot of problems. It's like fitting a square peg into a round hole. You're shoving something in there that just doesn't fit. But one of the points, and we've heard examples of that, but one of the points I really want to make is
Once this is built, once this is shoved in there, we have no movement to go. There's no place to expand it, and our needs will change as our community grows. The school's needs will change. So there's no place to expand it. And years ago, we wanted a full-blown rec center. If there's a location where we can expand, that is possible. So, but not in this site. So I just wanted to make that point as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board mentioned, just state of fact, that there's close to 90,000 square feet, and the pool will take up about 25,000 square feet of that, so there's still close to 60,000 square feet. Are those numbers right there?
This available space is a little over 90,000. The footprint of the pool and the parking takes up, I think, about 55,000. There still is some room on the east end for quite a bit of expansion.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Please. Mark Rutter, 1034 Forest Hill Road, Woodland Park. I guess all you got an apology. John was good to remind us that this is a democratic republic that we live in. It's not a democracy. It's not a republic. It's a democratic republic. You've been elected. So, and Jackson Peters, Steve was kind enough to remind folks like me that we elected you, and after that, we just shut up. We're obviously not smart enough, or intelligent enough, or educated enough to question anything we do. So you're going to make the decision tonight, regardless of what we say. And the fact that people like me have multiple degrees, spent years of strategic planning, and as the chief financial officer and administrative officer, run large corporations or corporation-size things, we still don't, and are not smart enough to question anything we do. So the fact that you decided behind closed doors where to put it was probably irrelevant, because we wouldn't be smart enough to understand it anyway. So I apologize to you for taking the time. And I've watched this kind of thing happen, and I think the biggest and best one I saw was when I was in Berlin behind the Iron Curtain. I watched how well the Soviets took good care of these Germans, and I think okay, do we have anyone else that would like to speak this evening?
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to just quickly address this.
You know what, I'm gonna say no to that, otherwise we're gonna have people coming up and responding. I think I gave everybody fair time, more than I said, and if we start in a rebuttal process, I just don't want to get into that. I understand. I
support your decision, Mr. Mayor.
I appreciate it. That's the direction I'm going in. I'm sorry. Anybody else? If that's the case, we're going to close the public hearing and move to council.
I'd like to address the transparency issues so everybody understands the process that keeps coming up, this process. This process has been in the charter since the charter was written. Suzanne, I'm going to throw some questions at you if you don't mind helping me out here. Can you guys hear me? Okay, sorry. Okay. When we made the announcement that we were going to work with the school with this IGA, what date was that?
No, I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay, September 4th, I believe.
Yeah, we can speak for the
Okay, no worries. How many council meetings have we had since then?
So we have typically 2 council meetings a month.
I think I just giving the audience some information here that the transparency is, it's kind of it's misleading, and I disagree with the statement, because my calculation is we've had 9 council meetings since then. I might be off by one. And at the end of every council meeting, we do you have the opportunity to come up and make a statement, things that aren't on the agenda for that night. So our whole issue here is we were just testing the waters and working with the school for the possible location, okay? If the contract didn't work out with the school, then we wouldn't be at that location. So everybody thinks that we immediately picked that location, but nobody realized that if the contract didn't work out, we were going to go somewhere else, okay? So you've had 9 council meetings to come and state your thoughts and concerns about that IGA, or your concerns about the location. So I don't know where we were behind closed doors making these decisions. We really weren't. We were talking about the contract, and that's what you do in executive session. You talk about a contract. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Any other discussion, council?
Oh, I want to make one more thing. Sorry. I know we got to get to yours, Carol, so it's going to be a long night. The charter states that the process is initial posting, public hearing, and then vote. That's the process. That's how it's been since the charter's been written. So when everybody says the process, is there a process that we don't know about, that people are making up? Okay? Thank you.
Bob?
Yeah, I've been involved in this a long time. I joined the Winland Carter Project Board of Directors in January 2012. And we had, Carol was, we was treasurer at the time. Secretary. Cord was on it. And basically, our first job then was to develop a strategic plan of how to get from where we were to where we're going to finish the project. And we covered a lot of things like how's the funding and what scope. And one of the big things was also location. And we were trying to come up with a very objective way of determining the location. And there were about 9 different categories of things that we considered, like the cost of the property, or access, public access, closeness to schools or the senior center, and closeness to dining. And so each of these, at the time, when in our strategic plan that all of us agreed to on the board, and went to the citizens at the end of May 2012, we presented this and said, based on these evaluation criteria, we think the best place at the time was North End of Memorial Park. There was the other 2, Stone Ridge and Meadowwood Sports Complex, rated very, very low. However, in November of 2013, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board said, no, we want to keep our parks as parks. We want Memorial Park to just be where you can come and gather and have 4th of July picnics and stuff. And so in January 2014, the board went to David Buttery and said, before we can do a concept design and go to the voters of this is where it's going to be and what it's going to look like, we need a location. And he went to his staff, and you saw the results of the December 17 meeting where we had a map of the city with all these little Post-it notes. And his staff unanimously agreed, this is just unbiased professionals, that this should go to the school. Okay? And so in early February 2014, David recommended to the council that we go to the school, and the council said, okay, go negotiate with school to see if this, as Noel says, if this is a doable thing. And it wasn't necessarily doable, because just the previous fall, the 3rd of October, the school board, when we were trying to get community support to actually build this thing, the school board was a little leery about weighing in a political situation. And
And so we had to get the student council folks, the president of the senior class, et cetera, to come and speak on behalf of the school. So it wasn't a done thing. And so when you go to, like, the school, it may not work out. Anyway, in April, and these are public meetings, April 2014, David came back and said, we have two communities that we're trying to meet. The economic vitality of downtown, looks close to schools, and that sort of, not schools, but restaurants and hotels and things like that, and close to the school. I mean, the kids, those are, we're going in either direction. And David said, based on what was happening there, a long time trying to make something happen there, we're getting a multi-use building there and a family entertainment center, and by having the aquatic center there, that would just anchor the whole place, and maybe we'd actually get something done there. So we went along, and we agreed that that would be a good thing to do. That was in April 2014. So that summer, as we were building up, promoting for the vote in November, we were at the farmers markets and the Pro Challenge, the bike race. We had drawings saying this is where it's going to go, and we were soliciting public comment all of that time. Okay, and then in November 2014, we had the election, and then on the 20th of November, we had a 4.5-hour meeting here going to 11:30 at night, where all the community could speak on whether or not we wanted to go to the Woodland Station, okay? And you can see it on the YouTube, it's on the city website, you can look at that, everything that was said that night. And the conclusion of that meeting was we weren't going to build it at Meadowood, we weren't going to build it at Stone Ridge. We could build it at the school, but David, in fact, proposed that we select the DDA property, Saddle Club property, but have an alternative for the school. And several of us, I think led by the mayor, Carol, said, well, we can make that decision if, in fact, the DDA doesn't work out. So when the DDA didn't work out, it was natural to come back and say, okay, let's look at the school. Is that a possibility? We're just kind of revisiting the decision from February 2014. So what the process is, as Noel just laid out, you kind of investigate whether it's possible or not. And we've been criticized in the past for not having investigated whether or not we could reroute that Fountain Creek and the cost of the road and things like that. Now, that's not entirely David's fault. The Corps of Engineers never bothered us about getting the permits prior to that site. But all of the covered Fountain Creek on down past that, they all agreed. All of a sudden, we got this dry stretch of ditch. Normally, you have to have 2,000 square feet of actual water space. That's dry other than right after a thunderstorm. Anyway, that was a surprise that we had to spend a couple million or so dollars rerouting that. And then the responsibility of doing the Saddle Club Drive was the developer of Lot 2. That was the multi-use facility. And all of a sudden, that fell out. And all of a sudden, who's going to pay for that? And that was going to be picked up by the city if we're going to do it there. So not all of this was David's fault, and not all of it was I mean, some of these happened that there's no knowledge of before, what the Corps' position was going to be, what the developer of Part 2 was going to be. So anyway, we had to, at least in the executive session, say, okay, let's explore the possibility of the school. And we did that in executive sessions. We have to ask at the end of those executive sessions, does anybody on council here think we discussed anything that isn't covered by the law? You have very specific things you can discuss in executive sessions. And nobody spoke up against what was said in that meeting as violating the law. Okay? So we followed in council's advice as to do this. But the community has time and time again had a chance to discuss the location of this project. So anyway, I think my position is we have, on the advice of council,
And we're not lawyering up. She's always here when we need her, okay? Okay. And that we were following the law, and we were trying to do the best that we could for the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. I'd just like to address something that's come up a couple of times about taking it to a vote of the people, which sounds good, and I certainly support a vote of the people. That's great. The reason we're up here, and the reason we were elected to sit here and make decisions, as several people have pointed out, was to gather the information, and in this case, there's a lot of it, and evaluate it. It has nothing to do with what I want personally. It has to do with what we're presented and what we think's right for this community, financially, and all of these other things considered. It's very complex. And I think to take it to quote-unquote a vote of the people, in this case, you would have a lot of people just voting their emotions about, oh, I want it in Meadow Park, I want it in here, I want it there. We can't make this decision on emotions. I have a technical background. I mean, there's reasons why you have to be in certain places, and certain places cost more than others. We have to have engineering reports to figure that out. We're presented with a lot of that information. That's what we're here for. That's what we're elected to do. So I hope that comes through properly. It's not that I'm against the vote of the people. It's that in this case, we're here to represent you, not myself, represent you and evaluate all the data that we've gathered from David, from staff, and from engineering reports, and make the best decision for this community. And I just felt like it's important to make that statement. Thank you. Carol?
I just have to agree with you, Ken. Taking this to a referendum in April, on the surface, that sounds like the right thing to do. But with every location that would be on the slate of possible initiatives, we'd have to do exactly what we did with Woodland Station, and that would be spend upwards of $100,000 for an engineering study of a location. We could not present a slate of locations without doing that. It would not be appropriate. And every location will have pros and cons, but if we were to put those on a ballot, we would have to do those studies. It would not be fair to the public to simply say, do you like this one or do you like that one? You'd have to say, do you like this one? And oh, by the way, this one will cost this much in infrastructure costs. This one will not. This one has to have an IGA. This one does not. By the time we were to gather all that information, we would miss the suspense for an April referendum. There's no doubt in my mind. It would have to go to November or to a special election. It really does boil down to dollars and cents. And at this point in time, I am convinced that this IGA is a solid one. I appreciate the work that the attorneys have done. I appreciate Mr. Wanwan. I'm sorry he's not here tonight. His input was very invaluable to making sure that this was a workable agreement that represented the equities of both parties. But again, it's some of the other locations won't require an IGA because the city owns them, but some of those other locations will cost money. David gave us a very good mission analysis at the meeting in December, and it's like everyone forgot that he gave us some of the pros and cons, particularly the infrastructure costs. It was like that was lost. I think when all things are considered, and I'm not certain that I'm convinced the pool is the best placed, but it's the most economic location. If I'm going to shave my legs to go to the pool, I'll go there.
Thank you.
I'd like to go back to Bob's comment about the DDA. I'm vice chair of the DDA, and I was dealing with this issue when the pool was going to go into Woodland Station. We were excited. I mean, we were going to get our Saddle Club drive-in, and the school was going to, or the city was going to pay for it. We had a multi-use building coming in right there off the street. It was going to have retail shops and living quarters above. We were excited. We had all these drawings. We'd been planning it for years, and then we were going to get this entertainment center. I mean, we were all just ecstatic about it. All of a sudden, the multi-use thing fell through. Those developers moved on. Then the family entertainment center moved on. So now we just have this pool,
aquatic center location, or aquatic center, sitting in the middle of a field, nothing around it. Now, we get the engineering's report that it's going to cost quite a bit of money. And at that moment, we didn't have the money. So that was, I think that was a good decision financially for us to say, hey, this is not going to work. Let's give the land back to the DDA, let them try to sell that land to a master developer and deal with it and put retail shops down there. Let's use that land to bring in sales tax, okay, or property tax, but let's not put a building on there that's not going to bring in any money. Okay, so that to clarify what Bob was saying, that was just a little history, and then once that location was off the table, that's when Dave came to us and said, let's look into this. Let's look into this, okay? He didn't say, this is it, okay? Most of the people in this audience think that was it. It was determined at that moment. It wasn't. It said, let's look into this, okay? And that's where we are today.
Well, the point two, in executive session, we didn't need to discuss an intergovernmental agreement with the city. If we were talking about the other parcels of land, there were really only two parcels of land that would have required a purchase agreement. And we instructed over numerous meetings that we have alternative locations. And in David's mission analysis briefing at the December meeting, he talked about that second commercial piece of property and the cost it would incur if we decided to go there. But if we did decide to go to that other piece of commercial property, we would still have to do an engineering analysis. We would still have the cost of infrastructure, and we would still have to have an executive session to discuss the purchase agreement. And that was what happened at our executive sessions. Purchase agreements, which by law must be done in executive session.
Anybody else? Ms. Smith, you have something?
Yes, and I appreciate the corrections made by council from this dais because the record really needed to be corrected tonight. There were assertions that have been made that the council made a decision to select the school site in the executive session. That is not correct. The disagreement over how and when council should have had discussions cannot insinuate or imply a legal flaw in the process. And so the record needs to be clear. Council made no decision to select the school site in the executive session. The evidence of that is the decision of either a yes vote or a no vote on Ordinance 1263 after the close of the public comment. That is the decision on whether or not the school site has been selected for the aquatic center.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'm going to take this opportunity to make a motion to approve ordinance number 1263, approving a contract to buy and sell real estate between the City of Woodland Park and the Woodland Park School District RE2 for the purchase of real property on which to build the Woodland Park Aquatic Center.
Second.
Any further discussion? Suzanne?
Matthews.
Yes.
Mello.
No.
Sawyer.
Yes.
Schaefer.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Harvey.
Yes.
Levy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-1.
Well, thank you very much. To everybody that was here tonight, we really appreciate it. This is the most money that Woodland Park has spent on a project in its history. So I'm going to refer to some of the things that Mr. Prettyman said. And first I'll say this, sitting up here, some of you alluded to it, being an elected official, especially at a local level, more so than state or national level, this becomes very, very personal for all of us. And Cord, you and I have been friends for a long time, and we've been on different sides of issues, as all of us in this room have. I don't believe that we need to have a public relations nightmare. And that's going to be determined by the people in this room. Now that this decision is made, let's get back to being the people in Woodland Park. Let's work together to make this the best possible pool that we can. It's clear that we're never going to be all in the same court. Let's take the decision that we've made tonight and let's move forward together to make this the best community that we possibly can. That said, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes and move on. Thank you all for being here.
No, you went back to 2010. I just started in 12. Very good
And we lost sight of that. If the ordinance and I do the right way to do it, then that should be the discussion tonight, not should it be here, should it be there, should it be, is this ordinance in this IGA appropriate? I agree with you that that one section determination, it should go the other way.
But on your point about whether or not we
making sure it works, which it does, but how about get it back to the first slide? Can you see it all? I can't see that far. Are you kidding? Jessica, can you give me that?
Do we have a public meeting on each one? Well, I mean, that's obviously appropriate. If there's any potential.
Yeah, I was hoping.
Has an issue.
I was hoping it would be just one slate, but
I guess I'm really not happy about that kind of thing, but at this point,
yeah, I don't know how.
I just hope that people don't go out.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was having a discussion. It's like some people, that's their only chance for control. So we just need to be it's a key.
Well, and I thought, unfortunately, some of the negativities go over and
Yeah, that was Deb's concern too, but on the other hand, I hope John DeMoe is right. I can't see it. I just got new contacts and they're not working. No, it's a pretty slide with mountains. Keep going. There you go. All right, I won't mess with it anymore. Thanks.
I've always been so pleased with our ability to say
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll have a seat, please. Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order.
Jeez.
Where'd everybody go? These fluorescent lights must have sent some people home. there's no... Councilman Matthews, I'm going to have to recuse myself, sir. Okay. Conflict of interest. Sounds good. We appreciate that. And Suzanne?
Thank you, Mayor Levy. This evening we have ordinance number 1264, declaring the public notification process and method for the City of Woodland Park for the 2016 year. On December 7th, a bid was solicited from Qualified Publication, the Pikes Peak Courier, for the official public notification process and method for the City of 2016. The deadline to submit the bid was December 30th. The Pikes Peak Courier submitted a bid of 42 cents per line per insertion, a copy of which was attached in your packet. And I would, and the staff would, move to approve that you approve ordinance number 1264, declaring the public notification process and method of the City of Woodland Park, the Pikes Peak Courier, for the year 2016.
Thank you, Suzanne. Council, do you have any questions?
And that was the same cost as last year?
No, actually, it's not. Last year, it was only 35 cents per line, and it's gone up now to 42 cents per line.
It's another reason we have a charter amendment tonight that will allow us to just simply put the title of an ordinance in the paper
Yeah.
and the ordinance itself on the website.
We do have, like 4 pages on there? It's like half the paper. Okay, well, good.
Anybody else? We'll call for a motion and approve ordinance number 1264.
Motion to approve ordinance 1264, declaring the public notification process method of the City of Woodland Park for 2016.
Second. Thank you. Any further discussion? Suzanne?
Public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. We are a public hearing. Anybody like to comment? Sounds good, Suzanne.
Thank you. Mella?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Schaefer?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Levy?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. We'll wait for Mr. Matthews to get comfortable as Mayor Pro Tem Harvey has a lot on her plate.
Just as a point of information, for the next 9 items on the public hearing agenda, we will vote on each of those items individually and allow public comment on each of them individually. I have a presentation that I used at our last council meeting, knowing tonight's meeting would be rather long, but by our own procedures, we will go through each of those using that same presentation. Maybe just won't do it with quite as much relish this time. Let's see if I can make this work here. Oh, thank you. That worked. Quickly go over the definition of a charter, because the next 9 items on the agenda do include all of the referred measures or charter amendments that a charter review committee that was established in January of last year and met for the entire year, going over sections of our charter, not line by line, but sections of our charter. The result is, or will be, the 9 items that we're about to discuss. We are a home rule city. I think all of you know that. And the charter is really what gives us our powers and responsibilities for the local government. And any change to the charter, and ours was actually established in 1977, must be done by a majority vote of the citizens. Charters, as Aaron Smith, our city attorney, explained to us over a year ago, are really instruments of limitations. They're just basic structure. They establish the procedures for the conduct of our business. Everything that we went through tonight really does stem from the powers or the limitations of our charter. It doesn't spell out details, and that's sometimes hard for all of us to understand, but details on, for instance, the conduct of a meeting are usually done by council resolution. The charter just gives us the framework to do that under. And obviously, they're not easily amended. As I've already mentioned, we met for over a year just to come up with 9 simple changes. So
They're not done lightly. Charters only one real mandatory provision should be in the charter, and that is the provision for governing initiatives, referendums, and recall of officers. Everything else is gravy. Prefatory synopsis, or in other words, the preface to the charter, qualifications, terms of office, boards, commissions, judicial affairs, all of that is not required under state constitution. So knowing that, in the process, we had an attorney from CIRSA, which is the city's insurance company and risk manager, a young woman who is kind of a charter nerd and has helped several cities in the state create new charters or charters from scratch, actually took the time to review our charter, give us an assessment of how well it served the community, whether or not it had over time become in conflict with state statute or the Constitution. And she determined that our charter is in pretty darn good shape. It still serves this community even though it was actually written and approved in 1977. But the bottom line is, all you really need is that prefatory synopsis, and even that's not mandatory, in Article 1. In this example of Article 2 for the City of Brevity, that's just extra. So we could have one paragraph and we'd be fine. But like most humans, we don't think that's enough, and we have several dozen pages in our charter. And as I said, it's in pretty good shape, but we chose, after the committee was established, to look at opportunities to streamline, to make sure we were not in conflict with any part of the current Constitution or state statutes, and that we find ways to become more flexible, because it is an instrument of limitations, as well as find ways to save money in staff time, if possible, if that was something that was covered in the charter that we could fix. I think I miscorrectly said it was 1977. It's actually 1975 that our current charter was approved. And in our research, we discovered, as you can see on the slide, the times that the citizens have been asked to make an amendment or a change to that charter. 2001 was probably the largest slate of charter amendment changes. And during that time, all of them were approved with the exception of one, and that's Section 9.17 in Article 9 of the charter. It was defeated. There was a change in 2006, and then in 2012, there were two changes that were referred to the voters, and again, 9.17 was defeated. So they're not, when these have gone to the vote of the citizens, they're not rubber stamped, they're not, hopefully the citizens actually consider the substance of the change and the impact it will have on the charter in the future. As I mentioned, our actual committee was established in January. It's a committee that did have a sunset of 15 January. However, it can be reactivated at any time sitting council decides to do that. We had 3 council members, as I've mentioned at a previous meeting, on that board, or on that charter review committee, and then 4 citizens at large. Eric Smith left the committee in October. Val Carr was a very active member, but Val had an injury a couple weeks ago, and he had to have his hip replaced, so he's not here tonight to answer questions, but we would like to thank Val for his service. Gretchen Bundy-Ladowitz, Gretchen could not be here tonight either, and then Peter Scanlon. Peter Scanlon has stuck it out for the entire meeting tonight, so he's here to answer questions about the process, if anyone has any questions about the individual recommendations that we made. We met in February for the first time. We usually had a monthly meeting, except for the month of July when we took a little hiatus, but we had 2 meetings in December. Each of those meetings were announced at council from my position for the next upcoming meeting, because those were open to the public. All the minutes were recorded by the city clerk, and they are available to the public. As I mentioned before, it was not a line-by-line review. We focused on a couple of issues that had come up previously, and I think
These have been pointed out in the paper, and I must point out, I don't read the paper unless it's at a restaurant. I don't read the Courier Review. I don't read the Mountain Jackpot. I don't Facebook. I don't tweet or whatever it's called. But nonetheless, my neighbors, my constituents had said they'd had an issue with the way that we had decided a tie appointment to the position or to the vacancy of mayor over a year ago. And I said, well, the charter made us do it. And if you don't like that, then we're going to have to change the charter. So that was really where we started with this particular review. However, we also used it as an opportunity to have staff bring some issues to us. The attorney from CIRSA that I mentioned before, Tammy Tenoy, pointed out some things that were in conflict right now with our state constitution. So as each of these items were reviewed at each of the committee meetings, they required then a legal review by our city attorney and her staff. So, as I said, it's not easy to change a charter. It's not only the vote itself to change the charter, it's all of the background that went into making sure any recommendation that we recommended to the council had a legal foundation before it was put on the ballot. We did review a lot of other home rule charters, just for examples. In fact, it wasn't that we looked at towns that were similar in size. We looked at towns that had similar issues that we have in Woodland Park to see if there was a better example, or if, the way we wanted to go was the really suited Woodland Park more so. We always reviewed both the pros and cons of each of the recommendations that we're making tonight, because we know that has to be part of the discussion when it goes on the ballot initiative. So, I'm going to start very quickly. Ordinance 1265. The order that I'm going to brief these in is also the order that we will recommend for the ballot placement. Sometimes ballot placement means nothing. Sometimes it has an effect if there's, if the first one is not one that an individual likes, then he may vote no on all the rest of them. But our recommendation for ballot placement will be based on where they fall in the charter. It's just going to be chronological. So the first article that we're looking at as a change is in our elections article, Article 2. And it also touches on Article 8, but it's primarily under Article 2. And this is just simply to simplify our current election procedures. And this is one of the cases where we discovered we were not in compliance with the Constitution. There were a couple of changes that we needed to make, and again had to be voted on by the public. But the bottom line is we chose to recommend a deletion of several paragraphs that just were extraneous at this point. They're no longer needed, and simply say that we adopt the state constitution as it applies to referendums and elections.
Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
Do we want to discuss each one and vote on it right after we discuss it, or do we want to go through them all and then go through them all again? What do you suggest?
I'm going to defer to Mayor Pro Tem Burns.
I'd like to just simply go through the discussion, and then you can refer back to the notes. Since this is at the initial posting, we use that opportunity to go through each of them then.
Right.
I'd just assume go through this presentation, and then we'll just call each one up. And if you have questions about it, myself, one of the two council members that were on the committee, or Mr. Scanlon can answer the questions, or Aaron can answer any legal questions you have. But just for brevity, I'd like to go through this entire presentation and get it over with.
Okay, thank you, Phil.
All right, so ordinance number 1266, this is a recommendation to clarify terms of office and breaks in service for both council and the mayor. Right now, we have some really awkward wording in our charter that says if an individual is appointed to position, that counts against their total term limitation, which we've found over the last several years can be disruptive. So this basically says an appointment term does not count against your term limitation of 8 years. Next one. Next one is really the one that kind of started our review process, and that was appointment options to the council.
As we discovered when we had a vacancy for mayor over a year ago, that we had, again, kind of an awkward process that forced us to make a decision within 30 days after the vacancy, and then secondly, really no specified option to what to do if there's a tie. This is this deletes the 30-day requirement. Of course, it's always prudent to fill a vacancy as soon as possible, especially if there's a question of having enough council members for a quorum, but doesn't give that window of, or that time limit that requires us to do it within 30 days. And then finally, it provides the flexibility to call a special election if a tie occurs. It doesn't prescribe a special election, it only gives the option. Again, this is one that we thought we would provide more flexibility to the sitting council. You could still have a name pulled out of a hat. You could mud wrestle, but ultimately this gives you an option of going to a special election, which we did not have before in the charter. Ordinance number 1268. Yes.
A couple slides.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Let me go. 1268 identifies some powers. This is a requirement that the city manager produce his annual report 21 days, in February or early March. And this is an opportunity for again, doesn't prescribe that the city manager do it, but this is an opportunity for the city manager to actually provide the annual report to the council after the official audit is done of the city finances. The previous charter requirement left a period of time where we had unaudited numbers presented to the council, and left room for interpretation or translation of those unaudited numbers, but by allowing him to provide that annual report after the audit, there is no opportunity for the translation or an interpretation of the numbers. City clerk and treasurer are now double insured. There's no requirement for them to, there's no state requirement for those two officers of the staff to be double insured. They now have bond surety and criminal insurance. This gives the city council the option to still do that if they want, but it also gives them the option to use one or the other. Again, flexibility and money savings. This is the ordinance number 1270. We have a requirement in our charter right now that says we have to have 3 copies of all codes. That's, number 1, expensive, number 2, takes up a lot of room. Again, no state statute or state constitutional requirement to have more than 1 copy, so our recommendation is that we delete the wording that says 3 copies and insert 1 copy.
And the rest of it's online.
Correct. 1271, yeah. This, I just got new contacts. I'm having trouble here. I just passed over 1271. I can't get back to it from this place. Yes, thank you. This is the one that says ordinances and all publication of any issue brought to public hearing must be published in our official city newspaper. There's absolutely nothing wrong with us putting the intent of a public meeting or a public hearing or the agenda of the city council meeting in the official city newspaper that we just voted on. However, we just also discussed how much that costs. So with the multiple media outlets and means of conveying the city business, we felt that we should have an option to still use the newspaper, but also use such things, at least today, as our city website, to publish an entire ordinance rather than taking up 6 pages of the official city newspaper. Again, cost savings, kind of keeping up with the times. As I said before, I'm not really media savvy, but most people are going to go to the website, and I doubt very seriously anyone reads every word that's published in our official newspaper when we publish an ordinance. Section 917, as I pointed out before, this has come to the voters before, but it was as it came to the voters before as a referred measure, it was to delete a section of our charter that says we cannot use municipal funds for any private benefit. We did, this time, we looked at it a little differently and said it's not about deleting the entire section. Is there a way to make it more flexible for the council to possibly consider, case-by-case basis, the waiver of some or all developmental fees for unique projects that demonstrate a solution to a valid public purpose? We think this is still in keeping with the intent of the original charter section, but again allows us more flexibility and allows the sitting council to make decisions about individual projects that have merit for public benefit. Is that good enough, John?
I couldn't have said it better.
Okay. Then finally, in the miscellaneous section, which we do have in our charter, we decided to recommend the elimination of a requirement for an ordinance to vacate a public utility easement line. Some of you have sat through the meetings where we have first an initial posting of an ordinance to vacate a public easement on somebody's private property, and then we have to go to a second meeting for a public hearing, and those are truly administrative. This not only streamlines the process, it saves money for the applicant, and you don't have to publish it in our official newspaper twice. So, ultimately, nine referred measures. Each of those we'll vote on individually. I'll allow both Ken and John and Peter to make any comments they'd like to make tonight before we vote on these. Ken, anything?
Well, the only thing I would say is I hope, since we have quite a few of these for the public to consider, that they will hopefully take the time to understand what they're about and help us make the right decision to help our charter be better, be more efficient, be more cost-effective, if you will. And, you don't want them to just say, oh, see this, and then just mark them all no. I hope they'll take the time. That's always a big issue for the electorate, but these are things that really will help streamline and make things more efficient and save us some money. So please explore them. If you have questions, you certainly can come to many of us and find out more answers if we need to dwell on them more. Certainly can do that tonight as well. Thank you.
John?
No, I would second Ken's comments. After having sat on the committee for a year, many questions have been asked and answered, so I feel very comfortable with all 9 of these measures.
Peter, would you like to?
I waited, so.
I've
enjoyed the fluorescent.
We don't want you to enjoy it.
Sent a note to my wife, said, I'll be home. Peter Scanlon, 620 Sunnybrook Court. I have a few quick comments. I had the pleasure and honor to serve on the Charter Review Committee during 2015, and I really appreciated that. And I'm 100% supportive of all the recommendations that we're making. Each item that the committee is recommending was vigorously debated and vetted. Even some of the seemingly layup ones, like the newspaper versus social media versus the website. And the recommended revisions, I think, do improve the charter. They will help improve government's operational efficiency, such as adopting the state constitution when it comes to electoral process, reduces the city's risk in certain areas, will save the city some money, and will continue to maintain the certain unique aspects of our charter that go with being a home rule city. I'd also like to simply underscore my support of 9.17, the particular charter that proposed revision that's been already rejected twice. We're not looking to repeal the current charter provision, but to carve out an exception to the current prohibition that gives the City Council the authority to consider municipal incentives on a case-by-case basis if there's a valid public purpose. And the valid public purpose becomes an important defining and limiting factor. So I believe, and I personally believe, the authority for making such determinations should sit with the City Council. I mentioned last meeting I've lived in 2 prior communities where the city councils in both communities had the ability to make these decisions within certain guidelines. It's not entirely certain whether you'll even get such projects to consider. Developers will have to understand and explore this, but for example, one such area where incentives could support the development of a project with a valid public purpose is in the affordable housing area. Families who work in Woodland Park but cannot currently afford market rental rates. There's a demonstrated need for such projects, and this is just one of, I hope, would be many examples of future projects that might be stimulated by this type of change, where today the process is probably impossibly onerous to go through to get such the use of municipal funds approved. It requires a vote of the electorate. So the project has been a wonderful project for me personally, but it's too late to hear all that. I just wanted to have the opportunity to say I'm 100% supportive of each of the recommended changes. Thank you.
Peter, thank you for your time on the committee. So that's my staff's summary report. Mr. Mayor and our city attorney, if you give me guidance on how you want to go.
Council, I'm going to suggest we take these one at a time with discussion and approve them one at a time, if that makes sense.
I just have something to say.
Sure.
I had trouble sleeping the other night, so we all do. So I opened up the comprehensive plan and just happened to go to the chapter where it said every 3 to 5 years we should review the charter. And I think this is our 3 to 5 years, so we're staying in line, and I guess in another 3 to 5 years we should review it again. So, and I fell asleep, and I slept like a baby that night after. So, thank you. But hopefully, these are very good ordinance, and we need to do this every so many years to keep up with the current trends. I wouldn't say trends, but current changes in our society. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I want to thank the work of this Charter Review Committee. You did an excellent job, and so let's get on with it. I move to approve ordinance number 1265, submitting to the Register of Electors of the City of Woodland Park. Well, that would be after after you make the motion and second it, and we have our discussion, and then the public gets the full decision. Isn't that the normal order? Okay. So I just want to get started. I want to go home.
It's right.
Where am I? Left foot?
That's a little different than our regular procedure.
It is different.
Our procedure would be to call each one up and see if there's public comment on it.
Oh, okay. No, we'll do that.
But I really think that you could probably take them as a group and ask for public comment as a group.
After we, okay. We'll do that then.
Okay.
Great. Okay, so we have a motion to... No. Okay.
Call my motion.
Sounds good. The public is here. Who would like to speak? You comment on any of them, correct? Right. Comment on any of them as we speak. If you'd like to come forward, I'm going to have to ask you to state your name and address again.
Boyd Warnsman. I live at 419 County Road. Just a point of information for me, and forgive me because I haven't read the charter. Is there a specification in the charter that mandates that there be a charter review commission set up for this process such as you described every so many years?
No, there is not.
It might be something for your consideration. A lot of other communities do that. And I understand it takes time and effort, and you may get to a point, let's say in a 5-year span, where, well, there's nothing that people think needs to be reviewed or changed. That's always a possibility too. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have nobody. Okay, then we will move forward.
Questions from the staff on collectively, or from the council collectively? Ken and Phil, you guys have been around a while. What do you think the chances are for all of them?
The only one I have any issue with is 1272, Section 917. And I would just reference as Exhibit A against it, not that it's on a scale and magnitude of our city, but the Gaylord project in Aurora, which has been subject to at least considerable alleged procedural abuse. And my concern is that, the notion of public interest is a little bit of a Rorschach test. What you impute into a public interest can be manipulated, and I know that there are 7 that would have to make that judgment, so that does balance it out, but I've seen multiple times when it has been subject to some abuse and manipulation, so that's my only one that I have concern about.
I guess I would just follow that up with, what you did say, but I think it's important that the public understand that it's not that we're going to do it and it's going to happen. It's still going to be a public process. If we decide there's something we think is in public interest, it's going to be in a public meeting, and we're going to discuss it. So we're not going to ram it through everybody. It's going to be discussed in public.
Are you speaking to one specifically?
Yeah, which one were you speaking to?
917. That's what Phil was talking
Okay,
about.
to speed up that process.
No, it's for incentives. I mean, that's a big, major issue. Colorado Springs, many municipalities do it, and it's just a different approach. And some people think you have to do it to get things done. Having grown up in Chicago, they certainly believe that. Anyone from New York remembers Tammany Hall, I presume. So abuses are rife in a lot of places, and it's just a caveat to concern, a concern that needs to be made. So I do believe absolutely people should study these, though. These are big issues. They should require scrutiny. Research them online, whatever, but take them seriously. I can agree with that absolutely.
Let me comment on Phil's remarks. One of the challenges, should this 9.17 amendment pass, and Sally and I have talked about it, is how do we qualify a project, for example? We talk about public purpose, public benefit, public good. What does that mean? Could we develop some metrics around that to where we can compare a project with a return, for example, in terms of taxes and new families moving in and the effect they have on the economy? This is a big challenge, and so I don't know what the answer is yet, but that doesn't mean I'm not thinking about how we might do that. So I agree. Yeah, we got to be very careful on how projects are selected and how we are going to do that in a consistent, standard way. And so that's recognized by some of us.
One of the things we did discover, though, in the discussion of this particular referred measure is that the charter now allows for a referendum initiative to override 917.
Absolutely.
And that can still be done. We did not want to alter that at all.
No, the point really needs to be made that in the earlier 2 cases where it was the ballot question, 2001, 2012, that was for repeal. We're talking about amendment. In fact, adding a subparagraph that allows the council the flexibility to decide to reduce fees or eliminate fees for a project that's worthy of that kind of special treatment.
Yeah, you know, and that said, John, another kind of tag to what Phil said, how are we gonna educate the public on this? Because, I mean, you just look at these, and if you don't know anything about it, I'm shaking my head. I'm not saying I'm shaking my head no, I'm shaking my head I don't know. And so as we move forward, some of these are a little simpler than others, but the 917 in particular. And so, what are your thoughts? Or just we throw these at the public, it's going to be difficult, I think.
We might say that there's going to be a marketing campaign, and Mr. Mike Perini and I have come to an agreement on how we're going to deal with that. And in fact, we have a kickoff meeting tomorrow morning to set up a team to do that and look at a detailed plan that Mike has prepared. Our job is to educate and inform the voters. And if we do a good job of that, I think we'll have a good opportunity for 7417 to be amended. If we don't reach as many people as we can, then we may not win.
My concern is that if you characterize it as a marketing campaign, then you're kind of betraying a certain predisposition or bias. And I understand a lot of work went into these, a lot of thought, but I think the importance of some sort of a voting guideline should represent objectively the pros and cons. And there are absolutely both in all of these, but in particular with 917. And if we're just looking to market it, to pass it versus educate people and let them make an informed decision, that's my concern.
That's a good point, and actually, once the council makes a decision on all of these, John will no longer be able to campaign a specific ordinance. This particular presentation will be posted on our website, and they're pretty benign pros and cons. Aaron?
Very important point that you all are getting to. First off, the Councilman Schaefer is talking about his specific issue committee that would be formed, would have nothing to do with council. State law requires that upon tonight's passing of these on second reading, you also are setting the ballot title. That's a provision contained in each ordinance. So state law, the Fair Campaign Practices Act, requires that council cannot urge the passage of any of these after tonight. All that the council can do and the staff can do is to prepare factual comments equally weighted between the pros and the cons. That fits within the exception allowed by the Fair Campaign Practices Act. Recall that's the law that says you can't spend any money on election issues. There is that narrow exception for staff to prepare a factual summary. But going back to what Councilman Schaefer is talking about, he's talking about a separate issue committee that will be created and organized by private citizens. Private citizens, thank you.
Yes, so Aaron and I have had this discussion several times, yes, and so that's what I'm going to do, is John Q. Public.
John Q. Schaefer. I'm going to take this opportunity because this meeting will go past 11 o'clock and we're not allowed to unless we have a motion to do so. So if I could have a motion, let's say, I think we can get it done by 11:30 at the latest. Get a motion to extend this meeting to 11:30. We'll extend the meeting to 11:30 so we can continue with the agenda.
Second.
Great. Suzanne?
Sawyer?
Yes.
Schaefer?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Levy?
Yes.
Matthews?
Yes.
Mella?
Yes.
Thank you, motion carries.
Okay. Other comments? Any other comments about any specific ordinance?
Let me mention just a couple of facts, because I just want to. Currently, there are 625 families living in Woodland Park in properties that are not affordable. 625 today. How many multifamily affordable projects have been built in Woodland Park recently? Try the early 1980s. Anything I think we can do to incentivize developers and builders to come here and build affordable multifamily units, we need to vote for it. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I think I've been invited to start making motions.
Please.
I move to approve ordinance number 1265, submitting to the registered electors of the City of Woodland Park proposed amendment to the charter to simplify the city initiative.
Do we have to do each one? Just, you can go to approve ordinance number 1265 and leave it at that.
I love short.
As presented.
Okay, I move to approve ordinance 1265 as presented. Second.
Any discussion? Not? Suzanne?
Schaefer.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Harvey. Yes. Levy.
Yes.
Matthews.
Yes.
Mella.
Yes.
Sawyer.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Move to approve ordinance number 1266.
Second.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Carlson.
Yes.
Harvey. Yes. Levy.
Yes.
Matthews.
Yes.
Mella.
Yes.
Sawyer.
Yes.
Schaefer.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve ordinance number 1267.
Thank you.
Second.
Suzanne?
Harvey. Yes. Levy.
Yes.
Matthews.
Yes.
Mella.
Yes.
Sawyer.
Yes.
Schaefer.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Move to approve ordinance 1268 as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Levy.
Yes.
Matthews.
Yes.
Mella.
Yes.
Sawyer.
Yes.
Schaefer.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Harvey. Yes. Motion carries unanimously.
Motion. Okay. Move to approve ordinance number 1269 as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Matthews.
Yes.
Mella.
Yes.
Sawyer.
Yes.
Schaefer.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Harvey. Yes. Levy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Motion to approve ordinance number 1270 as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Mella.
Yes.
Sawyer.
Yes.
Schaefer.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Harvey. Yes. Levy.
Yes.
Matthews.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Move to approve ordinance number 1271 as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Carlson.
Yes.
Harvey. Yes. Levy.
Yes.
Matthews.
Yes.
Mella.
Yes.
Sawyer.
Yes.
Schaefer.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Move to approve ordinance number 1272 as presented.
Second. Thank you. Suzanne?
Harvey. Yes. Levy.
Yes.
Matthews.
Yes.
Mella.
No.
Sawyer.
Yes.
Schaefer.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Move to approve ordinance 1273 as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Levy.
Yes.
Matthews.
Yes.
Mella.
Yes.
Sawyer.
Yes.
Schaefer.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Harvey. Yes. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you, Suzanne. Well, once again, just to reiterate what Noel and everybody else says and feels, thank you to Pro Tem Harvey, to Ken, to John, to Peter, and everybody else that was involved in the process, and see what we can do to do the best we can to make sure the voters understand what they're up against. Thank you very much. We'll move on to new business, and number 10A, and Aaron Smith.
Mayor and Council, this Resolution 799 is simply to rank the Charter Amendment ballot questions. Mayor Pro Tem has already recommended a ranking that is in the order that the ordinances are numbered. And if that is council's pleasure, then you could simply make that motion to rank them 1 through 9 in the order that they've been presented in the packet.
Any thoughts on that?
Was there any design by assigning orders to res number?
No, these simply are where they fell in the
Just the
charter.
way they did?
Yeah, chronologically, with a few exceptions, because some of those sections bled over into
Sure.
other sections, but they are basically in chronological order.
With that explanation, I suggest that we just use the order presented.
Any other questions about that? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Do we need public hearing on this, or is it
It's
already covered?
administrative.
We don't, and basically what we will do is, if you can imagine this resolution with each question now having, one beside the first one, and 2 beside the next one, we will make that correction to the final resolution that goes into the city's archive, and it will reflect your ranking.
Sounds good.
So the motion then, no, I'm sorry, you did that. Let me also add for council's just reminder that the way the ballot will be presented and the way that state law requires it to be presented, is candidates are first, table questions are next, and then other questions. So these will be at the end of the ballot. Thank you.
Do we have a motion? We do not.
Move to approve resolution number 799. as presented.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Matthews,
Yes.
Mella,
Yes.
Sawyer,
Yes.
Schaefer,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Levy.
Yes.
Thank you, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to item number 10B, and Kip Wiley. Still awake over there?
Well, we saved the best for last, right?
Absolutely.
Resolution 798 establishes the single-family residential water taps in 2016. Back in 1997, the city adopted the water tap management plan. That plan provides a mechanism for the city to manage responsibly the water taps so that the growth within the city stays compatible with its water supply. Current available planning, or number for taps available is 803, based off our current water we have available and what's already committed. So the management plan basically says 60 or 10% of the available taps left, or no more than 60, plus whatever is from the borrow bank from the year before. And we haven't even touched the borrow bank for a long time, and there's 20 that we can move over from last year for a total of 80 taps available in 2016. So I recommend approval of ordinance 798, establishing the single-family residential water taps at 80 for 2016. Any questions?
So you refresh my memory, how many water taps did we sell last year?
17.
17.
Single-family, 19 total.
And our highest ever?
In the 90s.
In the 90s.
So in the previous year, we sold 11.
Any other questions? Good, we'll call for a motion to approve resolution number 798.
Motion to approve resolution number 798 as presented.
Second. Thank you, Suzanne.
Mella,
Yes.
Sawyer,
Yes.
Schaefer,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Levy,
Yes.
Matthews,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 11, public comment on items not on the agenda. Do we have anybody? Okay, we'll move on to mayor's reports. I'll start with our artwork tonight. There we go, thanks, Bill. Had a pretty easy day. Alex Miller, a senior at the high school, there's the student art. Elevate your education, and as I always say, if anyone wants to, there are a number of these beautiful pieces of artwork that are available if you'd like to place them in your business for a limited time, you're certainly welcome. So thanks to Alex Miller. Okay. I have a couple of announcements to make. Sunday, January 24th and January 31st. Harry's Roamers Motorcycle Club, 50th Annual Ice Races at Rainbow Falls Mountain Trout Park on North on Highway 67. Races begin at 9 a.m. Better get a little colder weather than we have right now.
The ice is good for racing.
Ice is good for racing. Well, there you go. Sunday, January 31st, the City of Woodland Park, the 125th anniversary party from 12:30 to 3 at the UPass Cultural Center. Chili lunch, photo history presentation, cake cutting. Please RSVP by the 25th to 687-5231. Not free, but only 125 cents. And Thursday, February 4th, the Chamber Lunch and Learn how the new chip requirements are affecting merchants from 11:30 to 1, and call 687-9885. And that's all I have. So we'll move on to council reports, and Carol's already said no about them.
Yeah, a few days ago, the city and council members, with myself and John Schaefer, were there, but all other council members were invited, met with the county commissioners on a couple of issues, one of which was the animal control officer, whether or not us paying them every year $35,000 was something in the city's interest. Anyway, Mr. Buttery is looking at the actual usage compared to what it would cost, because the current agreement is that we pay the higher of the two amounts. If the actual cost of doing the sending a dog catcher out or whatever exceeds the $25,000 or $35,000, then we would pay that actual price. If it's lower, then we pay $35,000. So anyway, David is looking at analyzing that right now, and so we'll come back to the committee if there's something that needs to be acted on. The other one was the school resource officer, or officers, and I proposed back in October that we needed to look at, a goodly number of the students that go to these schools are from outside of the City of Woodland Park, and whether or not it would be appropriate to have a prorated share, and why wasn't the sheriff's department of the county helping out in this regard? And the response from the county commissioners was that you've never asked us. So this is another opportunity to look into a possibility of asking the sheriff to provide a school resource officer, which anyway, both these measures are being looked into, and we'll come back to the committee or council for some recommendations after it's been studied by the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Ken?
Nothing tonight.
Phil?
Nothing, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Bill.
It's been a long meeting.
Has been a long meeting.
Thank you for everyone hanging in there.
Okay.
I really have nothing to say.
Good. City manager's report. City clerk?
Did you get the signature?
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped the city attorney.
I do have a short report.
I'm sorry.
And that is to give council a heads up that on your consent agenda at your next meeting, we will be presenting a slate of appointees for the Personnel Merit Board, which is a board that is created by the council's, or by the city's charter. And so that is why it's not going to be under appointments and subject to your normal process. You have a normal process that is pursuant to a policy you adopted, by which you advertise and then hold interviews. That policy covers council-created committees by its express terms. This is a charter-created committee. It serves really in a different function. And again, we anticipate we will put those three names, that slate of appointees, on the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Butler.
Thank you. Wally has one quick report.
Thanks for your patience, Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Good evening, council. Since the hour is late, I will be brief. I will be quick. Council may recall a little over a year ago, I brought to your attention the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. This is an award that's presented by the Government Finance Officers Association, which is located in Chicago. And actually, this organization serves both the United States and Canada. So we're looking at two countries here, and municipalities are invited, it's not compulsory, it's voluntary. They're invited to submit their comprehensive annual financial reports, their CAFR, for review by the Government Finance Officers Association. And just reading one quick sentence from the letter that I received recently, the Certificate of Achievement is the highest form of recognition in governmental accounting and financial reporting, and its attainment represents a significant accomplishment by a government and its management. When I spoke to you about a year ago, that was in reference to the 2013 CAFR, where we received the award for 21 consecutive years. I'm very pleased to be able to tell you tonight that the 2014 CAFR was accepted. It did receive the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, and that makes 22 consecutive years that the City of Woodland Park has received that award. Thank you.
Congratulations, Wally, and to your staff. Thank you very much. Okay, comments on written correspondence. John, this is for you. I'm going to let you see a copy of both of these, but we got a nice note from Daybreak, the Adult Day Program, and one from Help the Needy in reference to the community investment money that they were awarded. So if you'd like me to read these, I certainly will. No. If not, I will show them to you. Just show them. And those right colleagues. Yes. There you go. Okay. I have nothing else. Anything else, Council? Let me just say, it's a great meeting, good input from everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here, and this meeting is adjourned.